In addition to murder, Morales also was found guilty of tampering with evidence. This from the trial back in April.
How do you find the defendant as to the crime of murder?
Guilty.
Morales and Holloway shared a 15-month-old daughter, Vanessa, who has still not been found. The 65-year prison term was the maximum sentence possible. The two people who died after an apparent boat crash in New Haven Harbor have been identified as Stratford residents. 67-year-old Floyd Maxson and 64-year-old Cynthia Firk dined at the Shell and Bones restaurant last Wednesday, then headed out to return to Stratford on their boat. The craft was found crashed into a New Haven Harbor breakwall on Thursday, and the victims were located a short time later. Autopsies revealed that both died from blunt force trauma injuries. Two people have injuries after a house fire in Shelton. A firefighter and a resident were hurt during the blaze yesterday at a home on Birchbank Road near the Housatonic River. The resident was treated for burns, and the firefighter was taken to the hospital with a heart-related issue. It took firefighters around 45 minutes to bring the flames under control. The cause of the fire is under investigation. Bankrupt hospital operator Prospect Medical Holdings is receiving a $30 million cash infusion. A judge has approved the emergency debt funding for the owner of Waterbury, Manchester Memorial, and Rockville General Hospitals. Prospect officials say the loan will help avoid layoffs and service cuts at the Connecticut hospitals. Prospect has been trying to sell the hospitals, but the process has been slow. And a man who is walking all across the country to promote mental health made a stop in Connecticut this past weekend. Joe Hall is from Ohio, but the 42-year-old has been walking through 48 states to spread awareness of mental health struggles and the resources available to help. Hall spoke with Fox 43 in Pennsylvania about his mission.
We want to let people know that there are people that care. There's a finite amount of resources right now, so we've got to find a way to encourage people to get into, psychology, psychiatry, social work. This is a marathon, not a sprint.
Hall is a survivor of two previous suicide attempts and hopes that his message will help inspire others. If you'd like to help, you can donate to his cause at hallacrossthecountry.com. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
Back to the download. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Johns Hopkins Health Minute. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
Cardiovascular disease remains the number one cause of death in the United States, yet many people who should be taking medicines to lower their risk by lowering cholesterol aren't. That's according to a study by Caleb Alexander, a drug safety and efficacy expert at Johns Hopkins, and colleagues.
What we found was that even though we have strong evidence and very clear guidelines as to who should receive these treatments, only about 1 in 4 eligible adults in the United States are taking them for what we call primary prevention. Only about 2 in 3 are taking them for what we call secondary prevention, that is, taking them to reduce cholesterol after a heart attack or a stroke or peripheral vascular disease.
Alexander says subsequent heart attacks and strokes result in a lot of avoidable hospitalizations, procedures, and deaths if medicines to reduce cholesterol were utilized as indicated. At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
WICC is live and local in the afternoons. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Weekdays from 2 to 6.
Hey there, it sounds like majority Democrats in Hartford want to use that special session coming up on the housing bill to raise taxes and spend even more. And there's a scathing report about the Secret Service connected to last year's failed Trump assassination attempt.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Every weekday starting at 2 on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Plunge into the vibrant unknown this summer at the Maritime Aquarium. Immerse yourself in wonder and let the joy of discovery color your memories, even as the sun sets on another great day. With a range of experiences that are sure to inspire guests of any age, your visit isn't just an adventure. It's a front row seat to the brilliant show of life on Earth. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to choose your summer adventure today.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Rudin Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therudinreport.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Investigators in Ireland are digging at a site where it's believed the bodies of nearly 800 babies were dumped. Vicki Barker reports.
It was one of the now notorious mother and baby homes, this one run by the Bon Secours sisters from 1925 to 1961. In 2010, an amateur historian found death certificates for 796 babies and children, but no burial records. Preliminary investigations located the remains dumped in a septic tank. Today, a 2-year project to exhume the remains begins to give the babies the funerals they were denied and, if possible, to reunite them with living relatives. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
The government in India wants to require the lowest thermostat setting on all new air conditioners be 68 degrees. It's part of an effort to save on electricity. India is dealing with increasingly hotter and longer summers. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A flood watch will be in effect from mid-afternoon through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this afternoon with a high in the low 80s. Showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight. It will be mild and muggy with a low in the low 70s. And more showers and thunderstorms through the afternoon tomorrow. Very warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler.
One of my favorite things to do is to speak with brilliant people who are doing extraordinary things, because we know that we are living in a time of tremendous innovation and brilliance. And the CRISPR technology is a game changer. It's spelled CRISPR. I don't know why people don't know about it all. When I talk about people, they give me the glazed look. I don't know why people don't know the word CRISPR, but they should. It's basically slicing and dicing our DNA. It's a revolutionary approach to groundbreaking research as well as possible real-life ways to fix some of our dreaded diseases. Joining us now is Dr. Nadav Ahituv, who is a professor at the Department of Bioengineering and Therapeutic Sciences and the director at the Institute of Human Genetics at UCSF. And he's focusing on trying to tackle cancer from the point of view of the CRISPR technology. And he had apparently a breakthrough recently that we really want to hear about. Dr. Ahituv, welcome to the Lisa Wexler Show. Shalom, Baruch haba, hello, welcome. Hi.
Hi, thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure
to be here.
By the way, do you know Arnold Kriegstein, Dr. Kriegstein?
Yeah, he's a faculty member in my university. He's a good friend. Mm-hmm.
He's a good friend of mine, too. He used to live in Westport.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a very dear friend. I know him,
Mhm.
I don't know, 35 years, he and his wife, Sally. And he went over
Mhm.
there from the New Haven area and from Columbia to be there. So I was wondering if you knew him. Anyway, I love him very much.
No, I'm well.
So, okay, so I'm looking at this amazing headline, Dr. Ahichuv, and it says, Breakthrough Cell Therapy Stops Cancer by Stealing Its Nutrients. What are we talking about? What have you discovered, or what do you think you're onto with fat cells? Tell me.
Yeah, so since the 1930s, from work from Otto Warburg, who won the Nobel Prize, it was observed that cancer cells sort of eat differently, so to speak. They're much more hungrier. They need a lot more sugar. They need a lot more fatty acids than our regular cells. They need a lot to eat in order to grow quickly and expand. And so there's been a lot of work on trying to basically combat cancer by fighting their sort of hungry needs. And so there's been a lot of drugs that people have tried to develop that stopped a lot of the metabolism, a lot of the ability of cancers to eat. But usually these have a lot of side effects, and very few have actually made it to the clinic. And so we decided to look at this in a sort of a different way, being sort of an outside-the-box way. And the idea that we came up with was instead of fighting them with drugs, how about if we have cells that need to eat a lot, if we build other cells that are sort of bullies that need to eat even much more, and put them near the cancer cells, could they basically outcompete them and starve them to death? And the cells we chose that are great candidates for this are fat cells, because fat cells, if you program them, they will be very hungry and will need a lot of reagents to grow. And so it will work beautifully in the lab, and we managed to very nicely suppress the cancer by basically making much more hungrier cells than the cancer itself.
So wait a minute. I'm imagining everything in my life comes down to the movie Fantastic Voyage, where they went inside the body and the white corpuscles got attacked with the submarine. Remember that? Anyway, so, right, it was great. So what you're saying is you have these cancer cells and they want to survive, and you have fat cells and they want to survive, and the urge to eat is higher in the fat cells. You can ask my fat cells. I guarantee they'd beat anybody, okay? They don't want to go away. So my fat cells are against my incipient cancer cells, and the fat cells are going to win. But what are they going to do? Are they going to eat the cancer cells themselves? Like, how do the cancer cells disappear?
Yeah, so what we did here, so normal fat cells are basically, they won't do that. And so I guess I can, the first thing to explain is that we have two types of fat cells in our body. One is our brown fat cells, they're more around the neck. And they're the good sort of fat. They burn energy into heat, and as we age, they become less active. That's why we like to move to Florida to retire and so forth. And then we have white fat cells. That's the most abundant cell type in our body. It's throughout our whole body. And if we have more of it, we're obese. We're prone to diabetes, to cancer. But what's beautiful about fat is I can take a white fat cell, and if I upregulate a specific gene, I can make a white fat cell more of a brown fat cell that now it starts burning energy to heat. And for that, it needs to eat a lot of reagents, a lot of food in order to do that. And the second beautiful thing about fat is that everything's there in the clinic to play with it. I can take it out via liposuction. That's routinely done. And I can put it back via plastic surgery. So a lot of plastic surgery is done with fat. And so what we thought is we could take advantage of both of these attributes. So I can take out fat from a patient. I can upregulate a gene to make it now, instead of white, become brown. So now it starts eating tons of reagents and tons of food to grow. And then I can put it back after I take it out right next to a tumor. And now it starts out competing because it's a completely different fat cell. It's now a fat cell that needs a lot of food to grow. So I sort of engineer it to become something that outcompetes the tumor.
And so what you're saying is over time, the tumor is going to starve itself to death and start to shrink simply by the fact that it's next to some fat cells that weren't in its neighborhood?
Exactly. And fat cells are engineered to basically outcompete and basically take the food from the cancer. So we specifically made them do that.
What animals did you do this in?
So we've done this in mice, and quite a few cancer models in mice, including breast cancer and pancreatic cancer. Another thing that we've done that was nice to do because we have the hospital nearby is we've done it also from mastectomies for breast cancer. So there's a lot of fat in the breast, and so we could take the cancer from the patient and grow it on a dish. And then above it, where they don't touch each other, we can take fat from that same patient and grow and change it to become brown to outcompete the tumor. And then we grow both of them in the same media. So now they're fighting for the same food, and we can show that that works very nicely there. And so we've done it for very different types of breast cancer where we can take, again, fat from the same patient and do this in addition. Show that.
But you haven't put it in a human yet, have you?
We haven't. No, it's a long way to do that. We're now working on starting a company to be able to do that. And in addition, what we've shown is we've just done one gene that makes the fat basically become very hungry. But these cells are also, they're great secretors. They're great at taking out stuff. And so now we're also building them so they could basically throw things at the cancer to kill it and also optimize them in other ways where I think we can make them even better cancer killers, so to speak.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from you, because this is unbelievable, this is incredible. Are you not able to go to sleep at night, Dr. Ahitu, because of the exciting possibilities that people won't need poison, chemotherapy, and radiation anymore, that we can just put some fat from our own bodies, upregulate it, and stick it next to a tumor? I mean, that's unbelievable, doctor.
Yeah, that's what we hope. And again, we've been hard at work at not only just trying to improve the technology, but really try to talk with a lot of clinicians, a lot of people to try to get this into the clinic. And for that, we definitely have to start a company.
Yeah, you have to start a company. You got to go to Wall Street. You got to raise money. You got to do all that.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's what
I'll be an investor. I'll be an investor. I'll be an initial investor. I love investing in stuff like this. I'll take my money. Totally. Yeah.
That'd be great. We are looking for investors. If there's anybody out there, we'd love to talk to you.
This is unbelievable. And you really think it's working? Like you're seeing it work?
Yeah, I mean, in the mouse models, we shrink the tumor 40%. And for a lot of these, even genetic mouse models where mice have mutations, they will develop cancer for sure, no matter what. And their cancers are significantly shrunk. And as I mentioned, this was a proof of concept. We just did one gene, and now we're building them that I think we could even get them to die and not just shrink. So we think it has a lot of potential.
So they haven't shrunk yet. So as an adjutant, as an extra therapy, it could be amazing because it's not invasive. Mm-hmm. You're just sticking some fat into people. But let me ask you about your preliminary statement, doctor. You said that cancer cells feed off of sugar. Does that translate to me as a human, that for somebody I love that may have cancer, that they should not have sugar anymore, that they shouldn't eat ice cream? Is it that simple?
Yeah, I mean, it won't completely fix the cancer, but it might suppress how it grows. And so I recommend also talking to dietitians if you do have cancer, on ways where you could improve. And at least in our models, for example, when we add a lot of sugar to the diet to the mouse, we don't see it working as well, our therapy. And so it's definitely a competition in our case where we compete for these resources. So I definitely advise and I have a few friends actually who are dietitians in cancer. And so there is some benefit to that. I'm not an MD though, so I should point that out.
You're not an MD, but if you yourself knew somebody with cancer, you would basically say to them, cut out the obvious extra sugar. They can still have a piece of bread, a piece of fruit, but you're not going to load on the extra crap. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I would recommend, at least based on our studies. And again,
because everything breaks down to glucose anyway. I mean, in other words, most foods break down to some kind of a sugar anyway, unless it's a pure protein.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, do that.
This is amazing. This is so exciting, this kind of research that you're finding. I'm honestly speechless about it. You have to tell me more about brown and white fat cells. I didn't know there were two kinds of fat cells. And you said the brown fat cells are what, in our neck? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so brown fat cells are sort of behind in our neck, and they have a lot of mitochondria. So these energy machines, and basically when we're cold, we're in cold conditions, or if I put somebody in a cold room or in a cold country climate, and they turn on. So it's sort of that's their on switch, and then they start basically, instead of making energy for the body, they start burning the energy into heat, and as we age, also they become less active, and it's also thought that they have a lot of important roles in aging also. And,
is that why as we age we need a sweater?
Active.
Is that what, doctor, is that why as we age we always need a sweater?
Yeah, exactly.
Our bodies can't recover as quickly. We can't regulate our own temperature as well. Is that right?
Yeah, completely right. And so, and there is also a lot of interest in them in aging. And if we could, then using our approach, and that's another thing that we're looking at, is if we can activate more of these brown cells, or what we call base cells, where we make the white fat into a brown fat cell.
Oh, that'd be
might
great.
be also beneficial in aging.
And then can we stick it back in my upper thigh? Can we do that, doctor? Can we do that? We would have my own sort of sculpture.
Specifically.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
This is pretty cool stuff, I must say. This is very cutting-edge research. How is CRISPR involved with this?
So in order to upregulate the gene and make them into brown cells, brown fat cells, we took advantage of CRISPR, but a different type of CRISPR. So the regular CRISPR comes and cuts the DNA, and you can change it, sort of like a copy-paste kind of a thing. But we took advantage of a different type where there's mutations in the scissors, and so the CRISPR cannot cut the DNA, but it can bind to the DNA, so it's a specific location or zip code in the genome. So we use it like a delivery truck to bring something to a specific location, and that something is something that forces a gene to make more RNA and more protein, so to become much more active. And that's the way we basically made a white fat cell into a brown fat cell. We forced a gene that makes a cell into a brown fat cell to be suddenly active with CRISPR. And that gene now became active and made that cell into a brown fat cell. So
do white fat cells not eat much? They just sort of hang around?
Yeah, they're more storage, and then when times are low in terms of food, then they start releasing the storage.
They're your reserve. They're literally your your avoirdupois. They're your repository for other things. Got it. They're there for the body. When the brown cells do the brown cells ever communicate with the white cells and say, "Hey, I need more food. I'm going to you"?
Yeah. So there's thought that there is communication. It's not much known how they communicate with one another too much, but definitely when there's when there's cold, the brown fat cells turn on. When at low, when we don't have a lot of food, the white fat cells start releasing their storage. And when there's a lot of food, they start storing. And that's why we could have obesity if we have too much of that.
Pretty fascinating stuff. Thank you so much for taking some time out to be with us. This is really brilliant. I love to know that you're in your lab and there are people like you in this country that are just still quietly trying to find the next breakthrough because, last week I'm down here in Boca and my mother has a diagnosis. I don't even want to go into it. But I found myself at a cancer institute last week for some testing with my mom. And it was a factory of people, doctor. It was a factory of people. I never saw anything like it. It's not been my experience. It was a nondescript office building off of a highway. And you go in, and everyone is sitting with their arm out, getting some kind of whatever, maybe 50 people in a room. And cancer is it's a business. It's a factory. I'm not saying the people in it aren't trying to help people. I know they are. I'm not being cynical about it. But it is such a widespread phenomenon and people are just putting their arms out to have all kind of poisons go in to try and shrink whatever other poison. It would just be remarkable if we could do something that would be so well tolerated by the body and not have to introduce a foreign substance into our bodies. It's would be unbelievable, right?
Yeah, completely agree. And hopefully we can get it in. I'd like to also mention that this work would not have been possible without the National Institute of Health support and support from the federal government. And it's important that we maintain federal government support for science, because without it, this type of research will not be possible.
That's right. UCSF, one of our brain centers. Absolutely. Dr. Ahitub, thank you so much. If you see Arnold in the hallway, give him a shout out, an extra hug from me, okay?
Will do.
Thank you so much. Dr. Natav Nahitub, professor at UCSF. This is all about trying to make fat cells be part of the answer to bully cancer into submission.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A flood watch will be in effect from mid-afternoon through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this afternoon with a high in the low 80s. Showers and thunderstorms this evening and overnight. It will be mild and muggy with a low in the low 70s. And more showers and thunderstorms through the afternoon tomorrow. Very warm and humid with a high in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's July 14th. On this day, New Haven's Dr. Benjamin Spock publishes the Common Sense Book of Baby and Child Care.
A lot of parents are too anxious with the first child, but by the time they have the third, they're remarkably casual.
We celebrate the birthday of William Hanna, creator of the Flintstones. On this day in 1985, it's the anniversary of the release of the game Mario Brothers, featuring Mario and Luigi. In 1999, the #1 movie at the box office was The Blair Witch Project.
Have you ever heard of the Blair Witch?
Do you think she exists? She ran after us. July 14th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. You're listening to WICC. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. President Trump is threatening retaliatory measures aimed at Russia.
President Trump announced secondary tariffs on Russia's trading partners if the country does not end its war with Ukraine in 50 days. His frustration growing with President Putin.
I felt that we had a deal about 4 times. And here we are, still talking about it.
He said the tariffs would total 100% while meeting with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte at the White House. Rutte said European allies will buy U.S. military equipment, including Patriot missile defense batteries, and transfer it to Ukraine.
This whole deal is also about missiles or ammunition.
Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
Investigators continue to search for the cause of a fire last night at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts. At least 9 residents were killed. Mayor Paul Coogan praised the first responders.
A lot of these people needed assistance just getting out of the building, and a 5-star effort got as many people out as we could.
At least 30 people were injured in the fire. 2 wildfires are burning out of control in northern Arizona near the north rim of the Grand Canyon. CBS's Ian Lee is nearby.
There's 0% containment. On the White Sage, it is now approaching 50,000 acres. Speaking with officials, they say right now they just can't get in front of it, that they're trying to attack it from the sides and try to contain it.
One of the fires burned down the historic Grand Canyon Lodge and destroyed dozens of other structures. Another round of storms is predicted today for central Texas, even as recovery efforts continue for the more than 160 people still missing in flash flooding. CBS's Karen Hua is in Kerrville.
We've really come to understand since we've been here why this part of Texas is known as Flash Flood Alley. The rain, the downpours are really quite sporadic, and yesterday was the worst that we'd seen them since the 4th of July floods. We got 3 emergency alerts within just an hour over, and so that's why our team decided to go to higher ground. We were advised to do that.
The European Union says it will delay its plans to impose tariffs on goods imported from the U.S. as it tries to reach an agreement with President Trump by August 1st. That's the day the president says he'll begin imposing 30% tariffs on the EU and Mexico. In Brussels, New York Times Bureau Chief Gina Smilik.
You would see a situation where things that you buy all the time, be it clothing, be it wines, be it prosciutto, would potentially be going up in price. And on the flip side, we would see a lot of components, a lot of, metals, a lot of important imports here in the European Union also going up in price.
The Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all up slightly at this hour. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Jose Morales, the man found guilty of murdering his girlfriend, Christine Holloway, in Ansonia, was sentenced to 65 years in prison today in Milford Superior Court. In addition to murder, Morales was also found guilty of tampering with evidence, this from his trial in April.
How do you find the defendant as to the crime of murder?
Guilty.
Morales and Holloway shared a 15-month-old daughter, Vanessa, who still has not been found. The 65-year prison term was the maximum sentence possible. 2 people have injuries after a house fire in Shelton. A firefighter and a resident were hurt during the blaze yesterday at a home on Birchbank Road near the Housatonic River. The resident was treated for burns, and the firefighter was taken to the hospital with a heart-related issue. It took firefighters around 45 minutes to bring the flames under control. The cause of the fire is under investigation. An 84-year-old woman has died after she was struck by a pickup truck in Norwalk. Police say Josephine Pimpinella was crossing a driveway on Connecticut Avenue Saturday morning when she was hit. Emergency crews rushed to the scene and took Pimpinella to Norwalk Hospital, but she did not survive. No information has been released about the pickup truck driver. A pedestrian was taken to the hospital after being struck by a vehicle in Milford. The unidentified person was hit on the Boston Post Road in the area of Turnpike Square. The victim was left lying injured in the roadway and was taken to the hospital with unspecified injuries. The incident is under investigation by Milford police. And an ICE detainee who escaped from a prison in New Hampshire has been located and arrested in Connecticut. Officials say 33-year-old Jianming Zhang vanished from a jail in Unity, New Hampshire on Saturday morning during an outdoor recreational period. Zhang apparently stole a truck from a home near the prison and fled the area. He was located yesterday in Norwalk and is currently being held as a fugitive from justice. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 starting to build northbound, getting out of Greenwich in through Stamford. Southbound a little bit slow through Stamford as well. Westport, you have delays right around Sherwood Island to Southport. Lower part of the parkway looks good, not too bad. Westport, Fairfield. Delays up by the mall in Trumbull. That's the construction project, exits 48 to 49. Construction further north near the Orange Rests up on 95, busy into West Haven. I'm Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So make no mistake about it. I'm telling you this. I've been telling you this for weeks, even a couple of months, and this is all falling into place. Make no mistake about this. There is a concerted effort underway. Now, it's always kind of been there, but if you look closely, you can see the elements of it moving in synchronicity with each other. There is a concerted effort now, even more than before, an effort from the left wing of the Democratic Party here in Connecticut to kneecap Governor Ned Lamont. They want to politically whack him as he maybe runs for a third term. More and more of the stuff you're seeing now is indicative of that, and they are intent on taking a big step in doing this with a special session coming up on housing. Even though Governor Ned Lamont, depending upon what poll you look at, has an overall approval rate of somewhere between about 52 or 53% and 62 or 63%. It's probably in the middle. It's probably in the mid to upper 50s in a blue state, while giving labor and giving the far left a lot, but not all of what it wants. No matter that standing, the lefties in this state are not happy. And now they're openly talking about it, and openly talking about something I had warned you about. And I've been saying this for a couple of 3 weeks now, kids, and if you've listened to me, you know I've been telling you this. The liberal wing of the Democratic Party, because there are some Democratic centrists in the state, not too many. I mean, you can count them on one hand and still have enough fingers to scratch an itch, as they say, as a buddy of mine used to say. But the far left of the Democratic Party in Hartford, some vocally, some not so vocally, they see this upcoming special session in Hartford, which I guess is going to happen in September, soon as everybody's back from their vacations, soon as school is back in session and everybody can settle in. They've got a couple of weeks out there where they are licking their chops. You may say, well, why? It's only a housing bill. No. They're starting to talk about, guess what? Higher taxes. The left in this state, the Democratic majority left in Hartford, they have a maniacal, oozing, dripping desire to raise your taxes because they want more money. The fact that this state, largely at the behest of Republican legislators, back in 2016, 2017 or so, put in these guardrails to hold the line on spending. The Democrats in Hartford have no idea what to do with themselves. They are apoplectic at this. They are apoplectic that Ned Lamont vetoed a housing bill that, okay, maybe he favored, and then in the end he heard from a lot of First Select men and women, a lot of town leaders and mayors, and said, yeah, let's start over on this. That's his prerogative. That drives the left wing of the Democratic Party in Hartford, many of whom have been there for 10, 15, 20, 30 years, many of whom are fossils in Hartford. It drives the fossils crazy. You know what else drives them crazy is that Governor Ned Lamont would not sign a preposterous, asinine bill to kiss the asses of organized labor to pay somebody that goes on strike. In what universe does that make sense? And the governor said that. He goes, listen, that's a bridge too far. I've come through for organized labor, he said numerous times, and he has. Paying people if they're on strike is asinine. My words, not his. So a lot of the Democrats in Hartford are apoplectic now. They're acting like children, and now they've basically gone on record to say, hey, they have not given up. And watch out. I've been telling you this. Watch out for that special session coming up, because they are going to try and kneecap the governor. If this was the Sopranos of Connecticut politics, they've made the phone call to Big Pussy, Johnny Sack, and Paulie Walnuts. They want something done. And they're saying it. What do you mean they're saying it? I'll explain coming up right here as we're up and underway on WICC.
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's $25,000. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Fine Fettle, The Water Doctor, and Bridgeport Harbor Marina.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
I don't mean to scare you, but a tree could be hiding damage that you simply can't see. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and we had one tree in particular that was directly in front of my son's bedroom. At K&J, they have licensed arborists on staff who will do everything they can to save a tree. Like that tree I just mentioned in front of Chase's bedroom. It didn't need to come down entirely, but the parts that were problematic, those were removed immediately. Book online at kjtreeservice.com or text 203-248-TREE.
You've been hit and you're hurt. You were in a crash and now you're also out of cash. You need someone by your side. You need George Ganem to help you through the injury and legal process. With decades of experience helping clients injured in an accident, George Ganem takes on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve fast. George Ganem will fight for you. Call George at 203-713-8383 or GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Rinnai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Rinnai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until July 31st with Tri-City and Rinnai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT Tri-City.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 starting to build northbound, getting out of Greenwich in through Stamford. Southbound a little bit slow through Stamford as well. Westport, you have delays right around Sherwood Island to Southport. Lower part of the parkway looks good, not too bad. Westport, Fairfield. Delays up by the mall in Trumbull. That's the construction project, exits 48 to 49. Construction further north near the Orange Rests up on 95, busy into West Haven. I'm Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, Fairfield County, and affecting your world, Paul Pacelli is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So let me ask you this question, because this is something that is being proposed. It was proposed, and Governor Ned Lamont said, no, we're not going to do this. And the left wing of his party is still maniacally crazed about it. You have the Senate Democratic leader, Martin Looney, Senate Leader Pro Tem, Bob Duff is the Democratic leader in the Senate. And you have Mr. Looney in an op-ed in the CT Insider. You may have seen this a couple of days ago. He, again, is recycling the old, tedious, clown-like push to raise taxes on the richest here in Connecticut. And you see, this is why the left wing of the Democratic Party cannot stand Ned Lamont. And this is bad news, because if you like Ned Lamont and you say, hey, I don't think a Republican can win, the guy's not all that bad, well, I got to tell you, you better pray if a Republican doesn't win, then Ned Lamont wins, because all the other alternatives are going to raise your taxes. Here's an op-ed. You may have seen this. Martin Looney, Senate leader. It's been there, I think, 32, 33 years. The state of Connecticut could provide more property tax relief if it had more resources. So what he's saying here, listen to this. So the new tack now from the far left of the Democratic Party, and the reason I say the far left is, this is from the far left of the party. The part of the party that just wants to raise your taxes and spend money. Tax and spend, tax and spend, tax and spend, tax and spend. Looney writes, quoting him in part, more property tax equity in Connecticut could be by the way, you know what equity is? Taking what you have and giving it to somebody else. When you hear equity, that means somebody gets something else because you have more than them. So be careful when you hear the word equity. Equity is a decision made by somebody who's not involved in the process to say you will get more or you will have less, and it's coming out of you, you, and you. More property tax equity in Connecticut could be accomplished with, get this now, and we talked about this, and it didn't go anywhere, and half of the Democrats are going nuts over it. A 1.75% surcharge endorsed by the General Assembly's Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee this year on capital gains income, generally the sale of stocks and bonds, aimed at, and Martin Looney comes out and says it here, aimed at the 16,000 richest residents in Connecticut. So this is where the modern-day Democratic Party is in the state. This is how sad and sorry Democrats are in Hartford. They scream and yell when their own governor says, no, we're going to relatively be careful how we spend money. You can't have anything you want. Well, Trump is cutting funding. Yeah, he is. Too bad. Deal with it. So one of the main Senate Democratic leaders, who is among the people I think, my personal opinion, is trying to kneecap Ned Lamont, is saying, hey, let's raise a tax that's only going to affect about 16,000 folks in Connecticut. And Marty's run the numbers here, and he says, well, that'll raise about $280 million a year. And here's the rub now. This is the rub. Well, we'll give it to cities and towns for critically needed education aid to cover special ed costs and to increase state payments in lieu of taxes, blah, 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 blah. And let me ask you something. Marty and Bob Duff and Jason Rojas and Matt Ritter, maybe, when that $280 million runs out, what's next? Because they're always going to want more taxes and more spending. And the titular leader of their own party says, no, we're not going to do that the way we've been doing it. And it drives them crazy, and they are going to kneecap or try to kneecap Ned Lamont. This is how bereft the Connecticut Democratic Party is of new, fresh ideas to move the state forward. A tax aim, they say, and they come out and say it. Martin Looney comes out and says it here. I'm reading it right here from an op-ed at the Connecticut Insider. More property tax equity in Connecticut could be accomplished with a 1.75% surcharge endorsed by the General Assembly on capital gains income, generally the sale of stocks and bonds of the top 16,000 richest residents in Connecticut. Every one of those 16,000 people should give a middle finger to this idea. So we should have 32,000 middle fingers going blank you to the General Assembly. The heck you're going to run the state on our backs, because that's the suggestion here. They're throwing a tantrum. They're acting like children. Children. Because Ned Lamont said, no, I'm not doing this housing bill that I agreed to, but we'll do it over again. No, I'm not going to pay people who knowingly go out on strike of their own accord money. And no, I'm not going to spend and tax to the level you want me to. But there is no fresh, critical, innovative thinking by the General Assembly's Democratic majority. There just isn't. They've been taking aim at people largely in Fairfield County for years and years and years, and we get the old trope, oh, we need more money on education. Do you know how much Connecticut spent? Connecticut, I think I saw a figure the other day, are the number 4 or number 5 state in the country on education spending. It's around $25,000 a student per year. Money is not the problem. Our test scores suck in the major cities, and they've been sucking for decades. Has money fixed anything? But no, it's the same old tired, lame trope, infuriated by the fact that we have a governor who's at least trying, not successful all the time, but at least trying to keep the fiscal house in order. So that's part one of the example here. So let me ask you this. Before we go to the phones, and Rich in Fairfield, hang on. I'm going to open it up, and I've had this question up on the Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Should the 16,000 richest Connecticut residents pay more in capital gains tax to help out the rest of the state? Yes or no? What do you think? Should the 16,000, that's how many people would largely be affected by this. So says Marty Looney in the Senate there. 16,000 people. So they say if they can pass this, the 16,000 richest folks in the state going to be forced to fork over about $280 million. That's the great idea from the General Assembly. Tax people more. That's really innovative. Yeah, we've never tried that before in this state. Rich in Fairfield leads us off. Rich, how are you?
Well, Paul, I called. I wanted to go off topic to another topic in a second, but your commentary was just so right on what you were just talking about the last few minutes. It's, yeah, I mean, if you look at federal tax returns, the richest 1% of all the people in the country, you know the stat, they pay 41% of the taxes. So why don't we let them pay more than their fair share? They already pay more than their fair share. This bicameral legislature up there has been Democrat for too long, and this is what you get. It's like inbreeding with the royal families in Europe. You keep inbreeding like this, you're going to get all this moronic stuff. Paul, I want to revisit one thing that's been ongoing. It has to do with motor vehicles and the bad drivers and the licenses that are covered. If you went back to 10 years, 20, 30, 40 years, you saw the magazines, and they sold these license plate covers. Oh, get it. And now it's a scam. They're dark. You could be 10 feet away. You can't read it. You can eliminate this in 1 month. All police departments in the state, along with the state troopers, just simply need to enforce the law, which is on the books, and I believe was revisited about 3, 4, 5 years ago. That is, you cannot, per state law, cover your license plate in the state of Connecticut. You can't have a glass thing over it. You can't, even the frames that you get from the dealer that everybody drives around with, or I went to Notre Dame, if they cover even a portion of the letter, they're illegal. Now, take those license plate covers that are simply a scam to avoid Easy Pass.
Sure.
Or the
That's all
cops
they
knew
are.
who it was.
Yeah.
If the cops if every police department simply pulled over everybody, pulled them into the right, like decades ago when I was in high school, the cops said, you got to take that off right now, or I'm writing your ticket, or we're going to have your car towed. You'd end this problem of these license plate covers in about 3 weeks, okay?
Yeah.
It's very simple. Pull them over, everyone. And you know what? I think the next cop I see in town, I'm just going to say, hey, why aren't we doing that in Fairfield? Why don't we just pull over everybody?
And I'll tell you why, Rich. And, Rich, I do have to run, but I get the point. I'll tell you why, Rich. This is my honest opinion. Now, I could be wrong here. This is just me. My guess is, Rich, and I'm 100% with you, my friend, on this. If you did that, you'd start to get rumblings from the General Assembly. Hey, a lot of these cars getting pulled over with these plate covers. Yeah, what's the problem? Well, you know. No, I don't know. Tell me. Well, most of these cars are black drivers and Hispanic drivers. Well, yeah, don't they have to follow the law? Yeah, but, you know, we're getting heat from the General Assembly. Oh, don't think that wouldn't eventually happen, Rich, if we went through with your idea, which I am 100% in favor of.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident, bikes at 3 in Greenwich with delays back to the state line. Wet roadways and spots too. Keep your speeds down a little bit if you encounter some showers. Further north, some company up by Sherwood Island. Parkway looks good. Stamford and Canaan, not too bad getting into Westport. Construction still with us. Fairfield Trumbull, right around exit 46 to 49 on the heavy side. Some construction delays by the bridge northbound Route 8 into Seymour, and road work northbound on the Wilbur Cross, making way by the Orange Rest. Abriola Parkview Funeral Home is a trusted pillar of compassion in our community. Secure your peace of mind with a free pre-planning consultation at abriola.com. Your peace of mind starts here. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Walk when they say you can't stand. Laugh when they say you won't speak. When you're recovering from a severe illness or injury, even the smallest tasks can be the greatest mountains to climb. But at Gaylord Specialty Healthcare, we're not just doctors and nurses and therapists. We're experts and specialists and leaders. And we do whatever it takes to make your recovery possible. Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible.
Now hiring for night nurse positions. Go to gaylord.org/nursing to learn more.
Chronic migraine is 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they start. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It prevents on average 8 to 9 headache days a month versus 6 to 7 for placebo.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump today threatened near 100% tariffs on Russia's trading partners if there's no deal to end the invasion of Ukraine within 50 days.
I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there.
Trump didn't give specifics on how the tariffs would be implemented. The investigation continues into the cause of a fire at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts, that killed 9 people last night. Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon.
Crews were met with heavy fire coming through the main entrance and multiple people hanging out the windows, looking to be rescued.
European trade ministers met today to talk about Trump's surprise announcement of 30% tariffs on the EU. Denmark's Foreign Minister Lars Rasmussen.
We are dealing with a counterpart who is, to put it diplomatic, not as predictable as one could wish.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Jose Morales, the man found guilty of murdering his girlfriend Christine Holloway in Ansonia, was sentenced to 65 years in prison today in Milford Superior Court. In addition to murder, Morales also was found guilty of tampering with evidence from the trial in April.
How do you find the defendant as to the crime of murder?
Guilty.
Morales and Holloway shared a 15-month-old daughter, Vanessa, who still has not been found. The 65-year prison term was the maximum sentence possible. The 15-year-old cousin of Shelton homicide victim James McGrath has died in an e-bicycle crash in Trumbull. Police say Mason Murrin was riding his e-bike on Main Street Thursday night when he was involved in a crash with a vehicle. McGrath died after being stabbed at a party in 2022, and Raoul Valley was acquitted of murder and intentional manslaughter this month. Grief counselors were on hand at Trumbull High School today in case any students or parents struggled with Murrin's death. 2 people who died after an apparent boat crash in New Haven Harbor have been identified as Stratford residents. 67-year-old Floyd Maxon and 64-year-old Cynthia Firk died at the Shell and Bones restaurant last Wednesday, then headed out to return to Stratford on their boat. The craft was found crashed into a New Haven Harbor break wall on Thursday, and the victims were located a short time later. Autopsies revealed that both died from blunt force trauma injuries. 2 people have injuries after a house fire in Shelton. A firefighter and a resident were hurt during the blaze yesterday at a home on Birchbank Road near the Housatonic River. The resident was treated for burns, and the firefighter was taken to the hospital with a heart-related issue. It took firefighters around 45 minutes to bring the flames under control. The cause of the fire is under investigation. Bankrupt hospital operator Prospect Medical Holdings is receiving a $30 million cash infusion. A judge has approved the emergency debt funding for the owner of Waterbury, Manchester Memorial, and Rockville General Hospitals. Prospect officials say the loan will help avoid layoffs and service cuts at the Connecticut hospitals. Prospect has been trying to sell the hospitals, but the process has been slow. Governor Ned Lamont signed 2 bills last week that look to strengthen the Connecticut agriculture industry. Public Act 25-152, which is known as the Connecticut Farm Bill, will create a new tax credit for farmers who invest in certain machinery, equipment, and buildings. At the signing ceremony, Lamont praised the work of farmers and the wide range of support for the bill.
Not a lot is bipartisan in our world, and this was really strong because we love each and every one of you and what you're doing and what you mean for the state of Connecticut. We're doing everything we can to preserve more open space, preserve more farmland, make sure that farmland is there not just for your generation, but for generations to come.
The second bill creates a land access program within the State Department of Agriculture. Many students across Connecticut will be heading to college for the first time next month, but students in the foster care system can face some unique challenges. That's why the organization Fostering Family Hope is doing something to help out. Executive Director Aaron Johnston spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about how the organization is supporting students.
They usually don't have the same type of resources that a typical kid might have. So today we're putting together boxes for 40 different students across Connecticut.
The care packages include school supplies like pens and pencils, as well as toiletries, towels, and comforters. And a Connecticut man is thanking his family pet for finding a lost $150,000 lottery ticket Here's Mark Mayfield.
Russell Ruff said the winning ticket had been missing for weeks. Ruff eventually found it after his 16-year-old cat decided to crawl behind the bed, leading Ruff and his sons to move the furniture. The ticket matched 4 out of the 5 winning numbers plus the Powerball. Ruff added Power Play, making his prize jump from $50,000 to $150,000.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Lower part of the county sees an accident working still northbound 95 near exit 3 in Greenwich. Further north, not too bad through Darien, Patchy Volume, Southport, Fairfield. Parkway looks good from the state line up to Route 7. Construction still with us, exit 46 to 49. Delays getting into Trumbull. Southbound in New Haven County, construction still slowing you down by the West Rock Tunnel. And again, northbound by the Orange Rest. And construction Route 8 by the bridge in Seymour and again into Naugatuck. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Where we are talking about the latest plan, latest advocacy by the state Democrats there, and one of the party leaders, one of the caucus leaders in Hartford, State Senator Martin Looney. I've known Marty for, 25, 30, 35 years. Nothing personal against him, but he's just wrong on this, as are most Democrats in the state. I know, but they keep getting elected. So why? I have no idea. Imagine if we had an entirely new leadership in Hartford. Imagine, if you will, because I don't think it's ever happened in the past, 60, 70 years. Imagine if you had moderate Republicans and some few centrist Democrats in Hartford for some, ideas that don't include taxing everybody. I read what I'm reading here, as I read over the weekend here, with my mouth open, agape, as they say, reading this. And I'm wondering, is this serious? Marty Looney is proposing a tax, he said, that would probably be only felt by the 16,000 richest leaders in Connecticut, less than 1% of all taxpayers. A tax, he says, that could raise $280 million a year to be given out to cities and towns for education, like we need more money for schools, to cover special ed costs. Maybe we could do that if we weren't paying for illegals, Marty, you think? And to increase state payments in lieu of taxes. Pilot plan. Okay, maybe I agree with that. But are you for this? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Or is this just sad that the state of Connecticut right now is so hard up for money that there's a notion that we may go after the capital gains revenues, the sale of bonds and stocks and bonds, at a 1.75% surcharge. Now, let me ask you something. What happens if that tax passes and these people tell their money managers, if they're not doing it themselves, hey, let's hold off on the sale here, whatever. I don't want to fork over the tax money. And I know to some of these people it may not be a lot of money, but this is my bigger thought here. Where's the fresh thinking on this? Honestly, where is the fresh thinking on things like this? Beyond, and I'm going to ask you a simple question, beyond raising taxes and spending more money and adding more regulations to businesses, what exactly does the ongoing majority Democratic Party in Hartford, what do they accomplish? Explain to me. What do they accomplish? And don't call me and say, well, the Republicans and Trump, well, you know what? Who knows if the Republicans actually had a shot to run all 3 branches of government here in Connecticut? How do you know we wouldn't be doing better? instead of a party that whose answer to everything, and I don't know what the answer is on some of these things. Don't say, what would I do? Because I don't know. But you know what I do know? The answer cannot be raising taxes every time and spending more money every time and adding more regulations that say to business, don't come here every time, and pass stupid, idiotic, asinine bills that would pay people on strike unemployment. Are you kidding me? In what universe does that sound like a good idea? But we need some money. The balance sheet's a little light. What tax could we probably do here? And again, this is why they're trying to kneecap Ned Lamont. Listen, you may not like Lamont, but this says a lot more about the modern-day Democratic Party, especially in this state, than it does about Ned Lamont. Ned Lamont's not the problem. You may disagree with him on stuff. Ned Lamont ain't the problem. He's actually a moderate on some things and, a little more left on some stuff. That's fine. But this notion that every time we have a problem we have to tax people is ridiculous. It's vapid of the thought process, and it's lazy. So you have Martin Looney's idea there, but wait, as they like to say in the 2 a.m. infomercials, there's more. There's another group. Yes, and the hits just keep on coming, kids. There is another group of Democrats out there who came out and said the other day, hey, when we sit down to do this housing bill again in a few weeks in September, we're going to try to spend more money and raise taxes. They came out and said it because they don't care, because that's what they want to do, and they want to kneecap Ned Lamont. They want to whack him like people got whacked on The Sopranos. I'll tell you about that. Part 2 coming up on WICC.
This is your Optimum Beach Report. Expect very high UV levels with a max UV index of 9 or 10. Air quality will be poor with an AQI in the 50s and 60s. And it seems like great conditions ahead for the beach or pool with a 25% chance of rain. Powered by Optimum Business.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The heavy ride continues northbound near the state line. Accident wrapping up exit 3 in Greenwich. Southbound's heavy out of Stamford. Parkway starting to build a little bit out of Greenwich into Stamford. Further north, 95 with a heavier ride into Southport, Fairfield. Parkway looks pretty good till you get up to exit 48. The construction still wrapping up by the mall in Trumbull. Southbound busy off the Sikorsky Bridge. Southbound 95 busy through Long Wharf, and southbound on the Parkway in New Haven County. The construction still up by the West Rock Tunnel. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, or Fairfield County and affects your world, Paul is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, we live in bizarro world. We do here in a longtime blue state in Connecticut with a longtime list of blue governors broken up by a few Republicans and blue control in Hartford. The blue people who control in Hartford are continually upset and acting like children when the blue left-leaning governor doesn't give them all they want. Case in point this, and in case you're joining us, love to have you chime in here, 203-333-9422. And my basic question is this. What, and if you say, well, you're just saying this because you're a registered Republican. Well, no, but I am a registered Republican. But my point being is fairly simple. Other than taxes, spending, and regulation, what does the Democratic Party do in Connecticut? Well, what do they do? They stonewall. I'll tell you one thing they do, and I'm not making this up. They stonewall any effective ramping up of, absentee ballot laws. They stonewall giving their own Secretary of the State money to better execute and better perform when it comes to early voting. She didn't get the money she wanted. Her own party raises taxes. Her own party wants to spend more. Her own party continues to say, well, we're not spending enough on students. We spend $25,000 a year roundabout on each pupil. If you can't get a halfway decent education into a kid for $25,000 a year, there's something wrong. And it ain't the amount of money. How much do we then spend? 30, 35, 40 grand, 45 grand? What is this? The Price is Right? Am I going higher here? And get this from our friend Megan Portfolio, one of her pieces at the Yankee Institute. In a post-session town hall in West Hartford on July the 8th, so 6 days ago, happened last Tuesday, local Democratic legislators made it clear that come the special session in September, the session that we're supposed to see just what? That housing bill taken care of? What did I warn you about, folks? One of their top priorities, says here, is to break open the budget constraints that help rescue the state from fiscal chaos. The gathering featured Democratic State Senator Derek Slapp, Representatives Jillian Gilchrist and Kate Farrar, Tammy Exum, all Democrats, all West Hartford, and Democrat Bobby Gibson of Bloomfield. Gilchrist saying, quote, we really do need to adjust the fiscal guardrails. She said, quote, are we in a rainstorm? It feels like we are. Gilchrist added again, quote, what I'm frustrated by, I don't think we went far enough to adjust the guardrails in the state of Connecticut. Representative Farrar took the opportunity to suggest that in even a small tax hike on, guess what, the wealthy could generate hundreds of millions of dollars in new revenue. I guess nobody told Representative Farrar, it says here, that Connecticut ranks among the top states that people are leaving. She even hinted that the September special session could be a vehicle for tax hikes. What a shock. Saying that the state must consider additional reasonable and common sense revenues. Again, what else do the Democrats do? You tell me. If you think I'm being a jerk over this, come on in. Talk to the local jerk. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Right? I mean, what else do we ever hear from Martin Looney, from Bob Duff, from Jason Rojas, from Matt Ritter, from Julie Kushner, from all the usual suspects. It's more regulations on business, higher operating expenses on business, more taxes on rich folks, more regulations here. And that's why in that CNBC ranking of best states to do business, we suck. Thank God we scored high in workforce and quality of life. But in taxes, in the budget, in the cost of doing business, we suck. That's what you get for voting for the same party over and over and over and over and over again like a bunch of numbed robots, you people. You know who I'm talking about. Well, what would the Republicans do? I don't know. Give them a shot. But what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different outcomes. It is mind-numbing that the only answer that 2/3 of the General Assembly ever has to anything is raise taxes on the rich. You know what? Why don't we leave the rich alone and figure out why a lot of other people in Connecticut aren't making a hell of a lot of money? Why are the poverty levels still so high in Bridgeport, in Hartford, in New Haven, in other cities? Now, they fluctuate a little bit, but why are they so high decades after decade after decade after decade? We don't want to ask the tough questions here because you can. Urban violence in Connecticut, 3 main cities, Hartford, New Haven, and Bridgeport, decade after decade after decade. Oh, but let's have another new anti-violence initiative because that's going to be different than the one you had in 1972 and the one you had in 1978. Oh, and that one that worked so well in 1986. Nothing ever changes in this state. Like I said, it's a sports term. We constantly chase the game. We constantly chase the game. We get down early, whether it's red ink or some trend that doesn't make us attractive to business. We get down early, and it's the first quarter. Okay, it's halftime. We got the lead cut in half. Oh, third quarter, there we go. And it's finally tied up in the fourth quarter with 4 minutes to go, and we lose the game. Anyway. But maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe I'm the jerk. Lord knows I've been called names. You tell me. And by the way, I opened up the show with this as our question of the day, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, or Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Should the richest 16,000 state residents, not a lot, remember, there are 3.4, 3.5 million people in the state, roundabout, give or take a few thousand. Don't know what it is exactly. But there is a proposed tax here now, 1.75% surcharge on capital gains profits. Obviously, those people that can make that kind of money on capital gains are, pretty rich. I don't care. I think it is fundamentally unfair that every time you have a fiscal problem, you say, or the lazy people in Hartford say, well, let's just tax the rich more. That is fundamentally unfair, and it shows a lack of critical thinking. It's easy. It's junk food. I keep saying it all the time. Raising taxes is the equivalent. The higher taxes are the potato chips of politics. Yeah, you can eat them. Yeah, they make you feel good. Yeah, they make your tummy calm down. But in the end, if that's all you do without doing something on the other end to help this, politically, it's bad for you. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk or text. Should the 16,000 richest Connecticut residents pay more in capital gains tax to help out the rest of the state? Or maybe we could ask something on the opposite side. Why is it that we are always treating the rich in this state like ATMs? Why don't we ever, and this is kind of a rhetorical question too, wink, wink, Why don't we ever take a look at the other parts of the state and say, hey, how do we get more money out of those areas? Why don't we make those areas more palatable to business? I'm just seeing a story earlier today about, well, you know, we have a couple of the companies who want to build these big data centers in Connecticut. It means construction jobs, high tech. Well, no, we may not want to do that, though. They said, well, you know, there are environmental concerns. There's this concern and that concern. You have a whole lot of concerns. You always do when your main concern is going after the richest in the state and asking them, please, sir, can I have some more?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Southbound Parkway accident reported coming off the Sikorsky Bridge, starting to build there. Northbound 95 still busy out of Greenwich thanks to earlier construction and an accident. Parkway southbound accident reported near exit 33 at Den Road in Stamford. Northbound 95 seeing those delays up by Sherwood Island. Accident reported by the Fairfield Rest. Route 8 still a little bit busy by the bridge in Seymour and up into Naugatuck with construction. New Haven County Parkway southbound still jammed due to construction into the West Rock Tunnel. 95 busy into Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
There's always a reason to visit Gusto Trattoria in Milford. The brand new outdoor pavilion is open. Come dine al fresco in this beautiful and spacious outdoor area, complete with fireplace and full bar. Live music is back Fridays at 7 and Sundays at 4. Plus, book your next special occasion at Gusto and select from one of the many private room choices. Modern and classic Italian dishes, a glass of rosé, outdoor dining, and music. It's all at Gusto Trattoria, 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. The art of Italian living. GustoTrattoria.com.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Can you imagine, and I know I mention this a lot, but I have to because you have to think about this when the election comes next year, no matter whom may be running on either the GOP side or the Democratic side. Can you imagine, if you will, back to the Twilight Zone days. Well, aren't we in the Twilight Zone? Imagine a different Democrat in the governor's mansion with different financial and fiscal priorities. That's not Ned Lamont. Yikes.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. President Trump is threatening to double tariffs on Russia's trading partners if Moscow doesn't agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine within 50 days. He spoke to reporters in the Oval Office.
I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there.
The president also announced the U.S. will be providing Patriot missiles to Ukraine. At the Pentagon, CBS's Charlie D'Agata says Russian President Vladimir Putin will likely respond to the threat by ratcheting up his attacks on Ukraine.
The mood music has changed in the past few weeks, and it shows a frustration. Now, whether you can strong-arm President Putin to the negotiating table, that hasn't been a tactic that has worked in the past. So I think we can expect an escalation in the next few weeks.
People in Fall River, Massachusetts are still processing the news that 9 residents of an assisted living facility died in a fire.
Firefighters arrived at the Gabriel house just before 10 last night and found a chaotic scene. Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon.
We had an unspeakable tragedy here in Fall River last night. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims.
About 50 firefighters responded to the facility. The police department says officers carried out about a dozen residents who couldn't walk. Some of those who died were in the building, others at the hospital. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
And we've just learned that the firefighters union is now saying that understaffing hampered rescue efforts and cost lives there. In Central Texas, volunteer searchers have been told to stop searching for many of the more than 160 people still missing in flash flooding because of today's threatening weather. CBS's Jason Allen is in Kerrville.
We had to move up from the banks of the river this morning where we were because the forecast is for it to come up another 6 feet or so. Officials here have started using the word recovery now for their efforts along the river, which means the eventual death toll from this storm could get close to 300 people.
A Kerr County commissioner said during a meeting this morning that he has received death threats. President Trump is threatening two of America's largest trading partners, the EU and Mexico, with 30% tariffs starting in August if they don't reach a deal with the U.S. CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady says the tariffs could hurt American consumers.
Some of the products that you might see from the EU, right? Pharmaceuticals, cars, wine and spirits. Now, when you might see these price increases, think 3 to 6 months.
More than 20 states have now sued the Trump administration in an attempt to unfreeze billions of dollars in funding for after-school and summer programs. Less than an hour before the close of trading, the Dow is up fractionally. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Jose Morales, the man found guilty of murdering his girlfriend, Christine Holloway, in Ansonia, was sentenced to 65 years in prison today in Milford Superior Court. In addition to murder, Morales also was found guilty of tampering with evidence, this from his trial in April.
How do you find the defendant as to the crime of murder?
Guilty.
Morales and Holloway shared a 15-month-old daughter, Vanessa, who still has not been found. The 65-year prison term was the maximum sentence possible. The 15-year-old cousin of Shelton homicide victim James McGrath has died in an e-bicycle crash in Trumbull. Police say Mason Murrin was riding his e-bike on Main Street Thursday night when he was involved in a crash with a vehicle. McGrath died after being stabbed at a party in 2022, and Raul Valley was acquitted of murder and intentional manslaughter this month. Grief counselors were on hand at Trumbull High School today for any students or parents struggling with Murrin's death. The two people who died after an apparent boat crash in New Haven Harbor have been identified as Stratford residents. 67-year-old Floyd Maxon and 64-year-old Cynthia Firk dined at the Shell and Bones restaurant last Wednesday, then headed out to return to Stratford on their boat. The craft was found crashed into a New Haven Harbor breakwall on Thursday, and the victims were located a short time later. Autopsies revealed that both died from blunt force trauma injuries. Two people have injuries after a house fire in Shelton. A firefighter and a resident were hurt during the blaze yesterday at a home on Birchbank Road near the Housatonic River. The resident was treated for burns, and the firefighter was taken to the hospital with a heart-related issue. It took firefighters around 45 minutes to bring the flames under control. The cause of the fire is under investigation. And a Connecticut man is thanking his family pet for finding a lost $150,000 lottery ticket. Here's Mark Mayfield.
Russell Ruff said the winning ticket had been missing for weeks. Ruff eventually found it after his 16-year-old cat decided to crawl behind the bed, leading Ruff and his sons to move the furniture. The ticket matched 4 out of the 5 winning numbers plus the Powerball. Ruff added Power Play, making his prize jump from $50,000 to $150,000.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Most midday construction now picked up. 95 still on the heavy side out of Greenwich. Parkway northbound building out of Greenwich into Stamford, too. Heading into Fairfield Westport, Parkway's not bad. The construction wrapped up by the mall in Trumbull. Northbound 95 still with heavy waves out of Westport into Southport, Fairfield. Accident cleared Parkway southbound by the Sikorsky Bridge. Construction wrapped up by the West Rock Tunnel on the Parkway. Still busy 91 and 95 into New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Where the majority in Hartford will tax you over and over and over and over and over again because it's the only thing they do. Raise taxes, cut down on opportunity, complain there's not enough money, and oh, by the way, just to boot, raise regulations, impose more stuff that makes Connecticut undesirable for business. And I'm not making it up here. Look at what we looked at last week when I did the morning show a couple of days for Melissa, CNBC. Connecticut's ranking again as a friendly place to do business sucks. Every year in every measure, we suck. And the only thing the Democratic majority in Hartford can do is figure out new ways to raise taxes on people that actually pay taxes, as opposed to a lot of people in this state that don't, and raise taxes on people who know people who may want to move a business here. But for them, for the majority in Hartford, it's all about getting reelected. That's why among the majority in Hartford, you have not in large part, but you have your requisite amount of fossils there. And boy, I read stuff like this by a guy I've known for years and years, Martin Looney, and it drives me nuts. Did you see it? In the Connecticut Insider side of her saying, hey, you people, this is his basic message. We can solve the property tax inequity in the state by taxing rich people more. And if we tax rich people more, then we can take the $280 million or $300 million and dole that out to you people. Won't you love us? It is mind-numbing. It's always about taxes and spending. And, hey, I'm not making it up. You have a bunch of West Hartford liberal Democrats pretty much saying at a meeting last week, hey, when we get together for this special session on the housing bill, we're going to try and spend more money and open up the fiscal guardrails wider. And, yes, a special session, anything can happen. They just don't get it. Like the governor always says, it's not about taxing people more, it's about creating more taxpayers. I don't understand why we never hear. Do you ever hear, for example, and you may say, well, Paul, you're kind of going off the deep end here. I am? When have you ever seen, for example, and you listen to the station a lot, you folks, thank you, some of you from Morning Tonight, but even if you watch News 8 or our friends at Fox 61, News 12, Channel 30, Channel 3, when have you ever seen a story that reads something like Democratic legislative leaders in Hartford have kicked off a new campaign to make Connecticut more business friendly? They never do. You see that from the Republican side sometimes, but the Democrats won't do it. And if you think I'm just being partisan here, well, I am, because think about it. When was the last time you ever saw Democrats in Hartford saying, hey, we have to cut taxes across the board. We have to make Connecticut more business friendly. Think hard, because it never happens. That's like that old phrase, sleep fast. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. One idea from State Senate President Pro Tem Martin Looney in New Haven, a small tax. This time it's just a little tax. It's a teeny-weeny widow tax. 1.75% on capital gains profits by the richest people in Connecticut. 16,000. Marty's numbers say that it's going to affect. So how fair is that? Is that fair? Do you like that? Hey, we need more money because these cities can't figure out how to keep their mill rates down. I don't know, geez, what about those municipal workers' contracts? Maybe municipal workers don't get a raise every time the contract is up. Maybe they don't get a raise every year like the rest of us don't sometimes. Folks, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come in here on a sour note to start the week, but my God, I read this over the weekend. Then a friend of mine sent me, the West Hartford Democratic contingent saying, hey, we're going to try and spend more money. Instead of working on the housing bill, which should be, I thought the housing bill was issue 1. Oh, the housing bill. If we don't do the housing bill and the affordable housing, the world's going to end. No, but we're going to raise taxes anyway, or at least try to. It is lazy thinking. It is lazy. Lazy. I despise lazy thinking. I despise going back to the well over and over and over and over and over again with the same tired ideas. We need more money. We're not spending enough money. The kids ain't learning. We have to increase spending on education. We have to increase spending on that. How are we going to do that? Are we attracting more businesses here? No. We're just going to turn the screws on the people with the money again.
Connecticut has the best pizza in the entire country. That's why the best way to celebrate our state is by trying all the best pizza around. The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Brown Roofing, driven by Mazda of Milford, returns to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater Sunday, July 20th. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, and so much more. Celebrate all things pizza at the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Come out to Yankee Stadium in 2025 to see the New York Yankees in action. On Wednesday, July 30th, when the Yankees host the Tampa Bay Rays, don't miss a great promotional giveaway. It's Yankees Cowboy Hat Night. The first 18,000 guests 21 and older will receive a Yankees Cowboy hat presented by Budweiser. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. That's the Yankees and Rays on Yankees Cowboy Hat Night on July 30th. Saddle up. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Hey, Joe, what happened to your teeth? They look amazing.
Oh, years of root canals, crowns, gum treatments. I got tired of it all. So I went to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester. They removed my bad teeth and gave me permanent new ones. Same day.
Wait, you walked out with new teeth?
Yep, it's called All for One. They place 4 implants and attach a full set of connected teeth. It's not 4 teeth, it's a full smile. I feel like a new man.
Call Columbia Implant Center at 860-730-6020. All for One. One day, one life-changing smile.
Fish On, announcing the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. Now in its 43rd year. Fish Long Island Sound August 23rd and 24th. Land the heaviest blue and win $25,000. Fish to win and fish for fun. Just pick up a registration form at the Surfside Hotel in Stratford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Thanks to Connecticut Boating Certificates and Fine Fettle, the Surfside Hotel in Stratford, Connecticut's favorite beach hotel. The beach is calling and you must go. TheSurfside.com.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Just about all the midday road work wrapped up. We have some volume on 95 out of Stamford. Greenwich, a little bit slow by Sherwood Island. Parkway builds out of Greenwich up to High Ridge Road. A little bit of volume showing up in Westport now, 41, 42. Minor delays on the Fairfield side. Route 8's not too bad. Still jammed up pretty heavy. Southbound 91 into the merge in New Haven and 95 south into Long Wharf. Sponsored by Courtesy Carpet. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
You've got thoughts. Share them with Paul. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Now, State Rep Josh Elliott, Democrat Hamden, longtime progressive leader, I guess, as you would say, the Democratic wing in politics. He, in the state rather, the progressive wing of the Democrats, I should say, in the state. He officially declared he is in the race for governor, saying earlier today that Ned Lamont should retire. Okay? Guy's got like a 55-60% approval rate, but he should retire. So he'll be on tomorrow morning in the 8 o'clock hour with Melissa, and I'm efforting to get him on later in the week on this program. Listen, this guy could pull it off. I know I've had a lot of people on this program laugh at Josh Elliott. Oh, he can't. The progressive wing isn't that fiery. No. Look at what happened in New York City with this guy, Zohran Mamdani, who Mamdani looks like he could be an absolute freaking disaster for New York. Between his beliefs about Jews, between his beliefs about Israel, between his double talk about the NYPD, between promising stuff that no mayor constitutionally can deliver in New York City, and he knows that. But if he pulled off what he pulled off in New York City, some progressive, maybe it's Elliott, I don't know, they could knock off Ned Lamont. So check out Melissa's show tomorrow morning right after the news, top of the hour at 8 from John and CBS. Interesting story here. We'll get into this in a little bit. Josh Elliott says he thinks boosting the top income tax rate to 10% in Connecticut would not have a significant impact on prompting wealthy families to leave. All right, you people in Lower Fairfield County. Now, you may not, you people in Stamford, Darien, Norwalk, Weston, Wilton, you may say, oh, yeah, I don't pay attention. I work and I do a lot of stuff in New York. I don't pay attention. You better start paying attention. I'm not saying Josh Elliott will win. He could win. You folks in Lower Fairfield County, hey, you, hello. This is WICC calling. You folks on the Gold Coast want to pay an income tax rate of 10% here? You're crazy. Get out now while you can. Get the hell out. Leave while the leaving is good. Or do a split in Florida or do a split in Carolina. especially if Ned Lamont loses. I ain't kidding. I believe me, they will come after you with guns blazing here. Josh Elliott joined at the announcement today by Senator Saud Anwar, a Democrat who's also criticized Ned Lamont. Boy, isn't that weird? Now, you folks who are registered Democrats out there, and a lot of you called the show, we've disagreed on stuff. Do you wish that a lot of these lefties would just pipe down a little bit? Look, it's not like Ned Lamont doesn't have support. The guy's got well over a 50% approval rating in any poll you look at. Morning Consult, Yukon, Quinnipiac, in a blue state, and people aren't happy. It's mind-numbing. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I would like nothing better. I would sit there and laugh if a bunch of people, doesn't have to be a lot, 50, 100, couple of hundred of you rich folks in Lower Fairfield County, if you said, F this, I'm out of here. God bless you. I'd read your names on the air thanking you for giving a big middle finger to the state of Connecticut. And I love this state. What I don't hate is the old, tired, index card, vapid thinking. And do me a favor, the next time you're at a forum or at some sort of rubber chicken little league dinner or rubber chicken softball dinner for your daughter or granddaughter or son or grandson or niece and nephew, and somebody comes to you, maybe some long-standing Democratic politician, ask them, say, hey, it's been a while since I've seen you. What are you doing to get more business in this state? What are you doing to make Connecticut more attractive to CEOs and CFOs who may be looking to expand? What are you doing to these companies who want to build these big data centers, these AI data centers? What are you doing to see if one actually gets built? Because most of them don't, because they look at the power costs in this state and they look at the regulations and they have enough from the whiners and they just say, screw this, we're out of here. So ask that person, that guy or gal who's been to the General Assembly since 1837, ask them, what are you doing to get ahead of the game here? Besides just taxing people, besides raising a tax on this, besides raising a fee on this, besides passing asinine bills that would pay people who go on strike. I'm sorry. That bill is just one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in 43 years in radio. It is just one of the, but yet, because Ned Lamont said, hey, I'm all for jobs, I'm all for the unions, I guarantee the state union increases here, but I ain't for paying guys and gals who go on strike of their own union's choosing here, and he's getting pilloried here. We have a special kind of stupid in this state, I swear. Can you tell I'm cranked up today? It is mind-numbing that the only thing that happens in this state is tax increases, fee increases, license increases here. Oh, we're going to have another fee on the DMV and motor vehicles and register. Oh, the green fee and that fee and the nature fee and the greens fee. Oh, yeah. The all pass all, the all pass fee, the parks fee. The beaches fee, yeah. Okay. Whatever. Bill in New Haven. Bill, what's up with you?
Oh, that kitty cat needs nice shrimp, some sardines.
Is this your cat?
Anchovies.
Is this your cat?
The cat that won the money. The cat that won the money.
Oh, yes, the cat that found the lottery ticket. Yes.
Yeah, he needs good shrimp.
I hope.
Sardines.
Can you imagine losing that ticket behind the couch? It was $150,000.
The kitty cat found it. The kitty cat found it.
Oh, man. See, Bill, this is my
cat good. Ooh,
Bill, this is my theory.
Yeah.
Bill, this is my theory.
Yeah.
They can understand what we say. The cat knew the ticket. They can understand.
Yeah. Anyway, what the hell I was going to say?
I don't know, Bill. How's New Haven doing these days?
Well, you just got to watch it. Be careful down there. It's getting rough. So.
Yeah, a little rough. Be careful.
What the hell I was going to say? Yeah, anyway, that cashew, oh, yeah.
All right.
Lobster, fly in from Maine and everything.
Flying up to Maine. All right, Bill.
Yum.
Yum, yum, Bill. Take care. Be good. There's Bill in it. Now, what Bill is referring to, and see, this plays into a theory I have. And you may hear it on CBS News. And Chris played a piece here, too, from other news staffers here. Apparently, some guy lost a lot. He kind of thought he may have a winning ticket, couldn't find it. I guess the ticket ended up behind a couch, and the cat found it. Now, this is my theory about several animals who live in and amongst us. They may not be able to talk to us, but that cat knew that mommy or daddy was looking for a lottery ticket, and the cat said, wait a minute. Was that the thing that I saw behind the couch the other day? Oh, follow me.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Just about all the midday road work wrapped up. We have some volume on 95 out of Stamford, Greenwich, a little bit slow by Sherwood Island. Partway builds out of Greenwich up to High Ridge Road. A little bit of volume showing up in Westport now, 41, 42. Minor delays on the Fairfield side. Route 8's not too bad, still jammed up pretty heavy. Southbound 91 into the merge in New Haven and 95 south into Long Wharf. Sponsored by Courtesy Carpet. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Who should you trust when it comes to your biggest investment? Someone local who's invested in the community and you. I'm Jonathan Carbuty with Carbuty Real Estate, and we're a family-owned business and have been serving the area since 1986. At Carbuty Real Estate, whether you need a cash offer or a more traditional listing, we're always the right place for you. Call me, Jonathan Carbuty, at 203-980-6886.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbuty. Go to CarbutyRealEstate.com.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
He's coming. Here he goes.
Surprise! Your table saw broke. Also, the warranty expired weeks ago, so you need to pay for a new one out of pocket.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Oh, and the replacement part you ordered doesn't fit, so it's completely useless. What a waste.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is threatening tariffs on Russia's trading partners if Moscow doesn't end its invasion of Ukraine.
We're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%.
How did it happen? Investigators are trying to determine the cause of last night's fire at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts. At least 9 residents were killed. Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon.
This isn't what we're designed to do here, right? We're here to save lives, and any time that any life is lost, a single life is lost, is a tragedy in our minds.
A wildfire at one of the most visited national parks in the country is growing, says CBS's Ian Lee in Fredonia, Arizona.
Fueled at times by 60-mile-per-hour winds, the fire has grown more than 40,000 acres at the north rim of the Grand Canyon.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Jose Morales, the man found guilty of murdering his girlfriend, Christine Holloway, in Ansonia, was sentenced to 65 years in prison today in Milford Superior Court. In addition to murder, Morales was also found guilty of tampering with evidence, this from his trial in April.
Have you find the defendant as to the crime of murder?
Guilty.
Morales and Holloway shared a 15-month-old daughter, Vanessa, who still has not been found. The 65-year prison term was the maximum sentence possible. A new report from the Bridgeport Police Department says that crime is down across the city for the first half of 2025. Compared to the same time period last year, the report says that murder, robbery, and assault are all down by almost 23%, with murder being down by 60%. Police Chief Roderick Porter released a statement saying, quote, "This progress is the result of strategic policing, increased community engagement, and the dedicated efforts of our officers." A pedestrian was taken to the hospital after being struck by a vehicle in Milford. The unidentified person was hit on the Boston Post Road in the area of Turnpike Square. The victim was left lying injured in the roadway and was taken to the hospital with unspecified injuries. The incident is under investigation by Milford police. An 84-year-old woman has died after she was struck by a pickup truck in Norwalk. Police say Josephine Pimpinella was crossing a driveway on Connecticut Avenue Saturday morning when she was hit. Emergency crews rushed to the scene and took Pimpinella to Norwalk Hospital, but she did not survive. No information has been released about the pickup truck driver. An ICE detainee who escaped from a prison in New Hampshire has been located and arrested in Connecticut. Officials say 33-year-old John Ming Zhang vanished from a jail in Unity, New Hampshire on Saturday during an outdoor recreational period. Zhang apparently stole a truck from a home near the prison and fled the area. He was located yesterday in Norwalk and is currently being held as a fugitive from justice. Governor Ned Lamont signed 2 bills last week that look to strengthen the Connecticut agriculture industry. Public Act 25-152, which is known as the Connecticut Farm Bill, will create a new tax credit for farmers who invest in certain machinery, equipment, and buildings. At the signing ceremony, Lamont praised the work of farmers and the wide range of support for the bill.
Not a lot is bipartisan in our world, and this was really strong because we love each and every one of you and what you're doing and what you mean for the state of Connecticut. We're doing everything we can to preserve more open space, preserve more farmland, make sure that farmland is there not just for your generation, but for generations to come.
The second bill creates a land access program within the State Department of Agriculture. Many students across Connecticut will be heading to college for the first time next month, but students in the foster care system can face some unique challenges. That's why the organization Fostering Family Hope is doing something to help out. Executive Director Aaron Johnston spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about how the organization is supporting students.
They usually don't have the same type of resources that a typical kid might have. So today we're putting together boxes for 40 different students across Connecticut.
The care packages include school supplies like pens and pencils, as well as toiletries, towels, and comforters. Bankrupt hospital operator Prospect Medical Holdings is receiving a $30 million cash infusion. A judge has approved the emergency debt funding for the owner of Waterbury, Manchester Memorial, and Rockville General Hospitals. Prospect officials say the loan will help avoid layoffs and service cuts at the Connecticut hospitals. Prospect has been trying to sell the hospitals, but the process has been slow. And a man who was walking all across the country to promote mental health made a stop in Connecticut this past weekend. Joe Hall is from Ohio, but the 42-year-old has been walking through 48 states to spread awareness of mental health struggles and the resources available to help. Hall spoke with Fox 43 in Pennsylvania about his mission.
We want to let people know that there are people that care. There's a finite amount of resources right now, so we've got to find a way to encourage people to get into psychology, psychiatry, social work. This is a marathon, not a sprint.
Paul is a survivor of 2 previous suicide attempts and hopes that his message will help inspire others. If you'd like to help, you can donate to his cause at hallacrossthecountry.com. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound still busy out of Stamford, Greenwich. Building heavier up by Sherwood Islands, about a half hour to go. Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Parkway with a couple of heavy waves out of Greenwich. And then starting to build pretty heavy. Route 7 up to 42 in Westport. That's about 15 minutes now. Bearfield side, not too bad. Route 8 still looking okay. Still very busy. 91 and 95 into New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right. If you live in, do business in, pass to and through one lower Fairfield County town, heads up. And I'm telling you now as a public service from Paulie here on Connecticut Today, because invariably we're going to have the whining and the bitching and the moaning and everything. Speed cameras are coming to the town of Greenwich. You know what? Eventually, they're going to be in every town and city in this state. It's going to take a while. It may not happen. There may be some holdouts. But eventually, stoplight cameras, speed cameras, they're all coming to a road or a school zone near you. Story in the Connecticut News Junkie. 4 Connecticut towns approved for automated traffic cameras. 5 applications still pending. Greenwich, yes. Greenwich, the latest municipality to gain an approval. This happened last week. So Greenwich now becomes the 4th city or town in the state. And I know you love this or hate this. You let me know. 203-333 9422 333 WICC talk or text. I know. Maybe you don't want your voice on the radio, but you can text me your thoughts. 333-9422. So Greenwich, now the 4th municipality in the state. Marlborough, Middletown, and the town of Washington were the first 3. Greenwich is number 4. A law passed in 2023, 2 years ago, we talked about this, allows for towns and cities to employ speed cameras and red light cameras to enforce local traffic ordinances. So I'm telling you, if you're in Greenwich or if you're in any of the other cities and towns, the ones still waiting, get used to it now. And no, it doesn't violate your right to privacy. It's not a deep state. It's not a surveillance state. All this stuff has been adjudicated already. You're outside. You're using a public thoroughfare. Therefore, your license plate is public record. And I'm guessing, going back to one of our early calls here, I'm guessing these cities and towns will also crack down on you people with those covers on your license plates, which are illegal, and they're going to become even more illegal now that these cameras are coming. The speed camera devices, again, will pick up a vehicle going 10 miles or more over the posted speed limit. So you're going to have to bone up here, as they say, on your remedial math. So let's play the game right now. Let's say on a street where the speed cameras are going, the speed limit is 40 miles an hour, okay? 4 and a 0. Now, come on, kids. What's 40 plus 10? It's 50. That means they won't ticket you unless you're going 50 miles an hour or over. If it's 45, that means you get 9 miles an hour to play with. So 54, you're okay. 55, and thanks for playing. Now, where are these going in Greenwich, you may be asking? Paul, where are they going in Greenwich? I'll tell you. The Greenwich Automated Traffic Enforcement Safety Device Municipal Plan. Whew, that's a lot here. The automated Traffic Enforcement Safety Device Municipal Plan. The ATESDMP. Does that mean anything? I don't know. Automated cameras in 10 different areas, all near schools. Hello? School zones. You got that? The town also applied to have the state to have speed limits lowered in school zones and flashing lights to alert local drivers. So again, this is not anything that's illegal or anything that's sneaking up on you. This has all been approved so far. The automated devices will take a picture of the offending vehicle's license plate. The image will be reviewed by a law enforcement official. There you go. That guy's going to be on the take. Calm down. If applicable, a fine will be mailed to the vehicle's registered owner, not the driver. The registered owner of the vehicle. That means be advised on who's driving your car. You may want to tell hubby or wifey or your domestic partner or the kids or the grandkids, hey, we're going to get those new traffic cameras now in the beautiful stately town of Greenwich. Slow the blank down. The first offense, $50. Subsequent offenses, $75. And get this, most cities and towns are charging you got it, a $15 administrative fee to process the fines. So that means that $50 ticket is actually $65 on the first offense. $75 goes to $90 on subsequent offenses. Most towns provide a 30-day period where only warnings are sent to drivers. Did you get that in Greenwich there? So whenever this kicks in, there's going to be a 30-day grace period. I guess they'll send you something that, hey, Stunad, the other day, you were going 60 and a 40. Slow down. Most towns provide a 30-day warning period. In Middletown, for example, how about this? Warnings were sent in June, but as of July 7, so as of a week ago today, you're now getting a ticket. So there you go. Hamden, New Haven, Stamford, Stratford, and Wethersfield also submitting plans to the DOT. Got that? So it's been okayed for Greenwich and 3 other cities and towns. And in Fairfield County, looks like Stratford is next, along with Stamford. So Stamford, Stratford, and Greenwich. Heads up. And you may want to learn where the brake pedal is.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We know we're supposed to be getting ready for retirement, but it's so complicated we're just not sure how. And that's exactly why David Gagnon of First Financial Planners is on the radio.
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. And the 1%ers, the very wealthy out there, are in that category because they did things differently.
Every week, David cuts through another layer of that confusion, making retirement planning something we can all understand. Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. Find out more at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Wet roadways across parts of the area with some heavier storms, mainly along the 84 corridor, and it's really slowing things down on 84 through Newtown. 95 from Stamford up to Bridgeport's about an hour, slightly more on the Parkway, heaviest from Route 7 up to 42 in Westport. Fairfield-Trumbull side, not too bad. Route 8 looks good. 95 still with heavy waves in through Long Wharf into New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Make your voice heard. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And one of the big world stories we heard earlier today, we'll catch it again likely at the top and bottom of the hour as we wind through the remainder of the show here, final 2 hours. And we do have some sound on this coming up later on. Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal was on with Lindsey Graham from the Senate, South Carolina, was on CBS yesterday, talking about ratcheting up sanctions against Russia. Listen, now we will see the true problem here. And the problem has never been Ukraine. It hasn't. Now, are there rumors about Ukraine corruption and proven stuff? Yeah, of course there are. The problem was never with or without Donald Trump. The problem was never Zelensky, Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. The problem is Vladimir Putin. And people are going to find out something that they don't like. The sad truth about this. Putin is not going to stop. And I've been saying this for 3 years, and I got yelled at by people on social media. Person in your position should never say this, yada, yada, yada. He ain't going to stop until he gets something. You're going to, and I don't know what that is. I'm not an international geopolitical authority here. I don't know the first thing about this, but what I do know is a guy that's the winning team, or the team that's perceived at least to be winning, they don't want to end anything like this until they get something out of it. Because for all the people that have been killed on their side, along with the Ukraine side, Putin ain't going to stop until you give him something. So now all the people that wanted Donald Trump and, his cohorts there not to be isolationists. So apparently you're going to get your wish. We'll see what happens. I guess there's going to be a workaround here where Patriot missiles are now going to be purchased or acquired through other countries rather than the U.S. to get around a congressional block, whatever. It's not going to make a difference. Not that I don't want it to make a difference. I hope it makes a difference. But Putin doesn't care. So you're not going to win with him if you're overly aggressive, I don't think. You didn't win with him giving him the benefit of the doubt as Trump did for the past several months. So how does this end? I'm telling you, it ends with Putin getting something. Not that anybody wants to see that happen. You never want to see an aggressor. You never want to see a hostile state come out and win here. But it's Russia. These aren't two Baltic states going at it where you can tell them to say, oh, two Central American or South American entities or states where somebody can sit down and say, okay, kids, stop it here. I mean, you know how this ends. So apparently now Richard Blumenthal, our old Mr. Blumenthal from Connecticut, we'll hear about him coming next hour with Lindsey Graham. They're backing this bipartisan bill that would allow this to legislatively happen here. Okay. You can have all the bills you want, but this is the truth about this, that too many people have a fear of admitting publicly is that Putin is probably the worst guy in the world. I don't know. Could you put him up there with Xi Jinping? Probably. And the leader of Iran? Probably. And the leader of North Korea? Probably. Kim Jong-un, he's certainly a top 5 guy. These people don't stop until they get something. And everybody's going to see now, and we'll see what the reaction is. I can't wait to see this, see how this is handled politically. If you want more American armaments to get in a shooting war there with Russia, go right ahead. Putin is not going to stop. Of course, everybody wants to see him stop. But what makes you think he's going to stop? If anything, did I hear earlier today, after the president came out with his statements, Putin launched another raid here? Or was it a drone attack? So look, this guy is never going to stop because he feels he can't. Because then his people will look at him and say, well, you know, all these tens or hundreds of thousands of people were killed for what? So whether he wants Crimea back, whether you give him a chunk of other land, I don't know. Of course it's undesirable. Nobody wants to do that. But you tell me how this ends. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, because now Trump looks like he's had enough. He says, well, the guy told me he would back off 4 or 5 times, and now we're going to do it the other way. And it's not going to change. It ain't going to change. This is not Mikhail Gorbachev anymore. For what this guy has expended and his twisted attack here on Ukraine, he's not going to change. So it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out. And now, with more U.S. armaments being involved here, which is what a lot of people on both sides of the aisle wanted, are we ready for the cyber attacks? Because they're coming. Oh, they're coming. They are coming. And you just know it. They're coming. Dave on Long Island in Stony Brook. Hey, Dave, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you, Paul?
Good.
I disagree about Putin's ability to stop. If he's pressured enough, he would stop. He came to a stop in Georgia. He could have taken over the entirety of Georgia, but he ended up stopping under pressure. He also came to a stop actually in Ukraine 8 years ago under pressure. He didn't, and the only reason he invaded under Biden, he saw an opportunity because Biden was so weak and feckless in Afghanistan, and also he realized Biden wouldn't stand up to him. Now, if we had just armed Ukraine more, Ukraine would have gained back even more of their territory under Biden, but Biden was afraid.
And remember, we made Ukraine give up their nukes during the Obama years. You remember that, right?
It was actually earlier than that. It was under Clinton that happened.
Okay.
Yeah, and so he installs his leaders in other countries. He had 2 presidents installed in Ukraine before the people turned them down.
Yeah.
But he knows when to back off. Like, for example, when he was on the back foot a couple of years ago, he retreated across the river Dnipro, and he could not come back across it. He wanted to. to even threaten to use nukes?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't going to use nukes.
But
he'll never use nukes because that's a threat to his own power.
No. I think that even he knows that'd be crazy. But he, don't you think, Dave? And maybe you're right here, and I'm wrong. Don't you think he wants something to stop? What is he going to get if he stops?
He can't. No, he can't stop this war. He can't. The only thing that would satisfy his. See, the thing is, if he stops, he'll have 1 million soldiers coming back unemployed.
Yeah.
They're no longer. Yeah. I mean, he's going to have a massive, massive problem, and they could march on his city whenever they feel like getting organized. So he can't afford to stop. There's no way he can stop unless he's forced to stop.
Yeah.
And you can't force him to stop by appeasing him, by giving him things, because he'll say, well, they're going to give me this. Let me just take a little more. Okay, they're going to give me more. I'll take even more. That's the way these guys think. If you give them a little, they'll take. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. It's the old thing. This is exactly what happened with Hitler. And they didn't stand up to him. They said, well, if we just give him the Sudetenland, he'll be okay. Okay, maybe. We'll give him Czechoslovakia entirely. He should be okay, maybe. No, he wasn't.
So how does it, David, in about the 30 seconds we have left here with you, how does this end?
This ends by him being very weakened. If we had from the beginning, jacked up our production of oil and natural gas and told Europe, here, we're going to give you the natural gas that Russia's giving you. We should have done that from the beginning, and we could have weakened his pocketbook immensely. And right now, India and China are buying tons of natural gas and oil from him.
Yes.
India actually resells it. India resells that stuff.
Dave, I do have to run, sir. Thank you, but good call there. Yes, and the problem is, and as Dave brought up, India and a lot of European countries, they still do a lot of business energy-wise with Russia.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Still holding at about an hour to go from Stamford getting up into Bridgeport at 95 with a heavy wave out of Stamford through the Darien Rest. Busy up by Sherwood Island. Parkway, heavier pockets, lower part of the county. Still very busy, about 15 minutes to go. Route 7 up to 42 in Westport. Fairfield side, not too bad. Route 8 still looks pretty good. Heavy eastbound 84 out of Danbury into Newtown thanks to some heavier rain. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler, and be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Hungry for inspiration in the kitchen? Join us Saturdays at 3 p.m. on WICC for Plum Love Foods, your ultimate food talk destination.
Hey, it's Chef Plum. I'm a 6-time Emmy-nominated chef with over 30 years in the industry. And unlike other food shows, we don't just talk about food. We actually work in the hospitality industry. Learn about some awesome food people in our state, or just have a laugh because it's just food. Plum Love Foods. No agenda, no politics, just food.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Open lines 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. More than 20 states have sued the Trump administration for freezing billions of dollars that Congress approved for after-school and summer programs. Loyola Law's Lori Levinson.
This case raises the overall question
of whether the president can withhold funds that have been allocated because he does not like what he thinks are the philosophies or the positions of this program.
And the Supreme Court today said President Trump can move forward with his plan to fire almost 1,400 employees of the Department of Education. Mr. Trump was warned that Russian President Vladimir Putin couldn't be trusted. He said today that's become clear to him now.
I always hang up and say, well, that was a nice phone call, and then missiles are launched into Kiev or some other city. And I said, strange. And after that happens 3 or 4 times, you say, the talk doesn't mean anything.
The president said he'll increase tariffs on Russia's trading partners 100% if Putin doesn't agree to a ceasefire in 50 days. He also said the U.S. will provide Patriot missiles to Ukraine through NATO. CBS News military consultant Jeff McCausland.
We're going to see Patriot missile systems being transferred from Germany. They may transfer up to 2 batteries of Patriot to Ukraine. Norway may transfer 1, and then they'll purchase replacement Patriot batteries from us, so the United States will actually be paid for these systems as they're transferred.
Investigators are trying to learn the cause of a fire that killed at least 9 people at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts. Here's Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon.
Crews were met with heavy fire coming through the main entrance and multiple people hanging out the windows looking to be rescued.
The EU is delaying retaliatory tariffs on goods from the U.S. in the hope it can reach a trade deal. CBS's Ramy Inocencio from London.
The bloc has paused retaliation on about $25 billion of U.S. exports to the EU. Targets, we understand, have included, at least in the past, things like American corn, wheat, motorcycles, think Harleys, clothes.
President Trump's proposed 50% tariffs on Brazilian products could drive up the cost of your breakfast.
If there is no agreement between the U.S. and Brazil by August 1st, 2 staples of the American morning diet, coffee and orange juice, could be impacted. Brazil is the world's top coffee producer, and 30% of the American market comes from there. On orange juice, it's 40%. Americans are already paying more at the store. The average price of a pound of ground roast coffee is up $2 from this time last year. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo says he'll campaign for mayor of New York City as an independent. NASDAQ closed at a record high. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-375-8936. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-375-8936, 800-375-8936, 800-375-8936.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Jose Morales, the man found guilty of murdering his girlfriend, Christine Holloway, in Ansonia, was sentenced to 65 years in prison today in Milford Superior Court. In addition to murder, Morales was also found guilty of tampering with evidence. This from the trial in April.
Have you find the defendant as to the crime of murder?
Guilty. Morales and Holloway shared a 15-month-old daughter, Vanessa, who has still not been found. The 65-year prison term was the maximum sentence possible. An ICE detainee who escaped from a prison in New Hampshire has been located and arrested in Connecticut. Officials say 33-year-old Jianming Zhang vanished from a jail in Unity, New Hampshire on Saturday during an outdoor recreational period. Zhang apparently stole a truck from a home near the prison and fled the area. He was located yesterday in Norwalk and is currently being held as a fugitive from justice. A new report from the Bridgeport Police Department says that crime is down across the city for the first half of 2025. Compared to the same time period last year, The report says that murder, robbery, and assault are all down by almost 23%, with murder being down by 60%. Police Chief Roderick Porter released a statement saying, quote, "This progress is the result of strategic policing, increased community engagement, and the dedicated efforts of our officers." And a man who was walking all across the country to promote mental health made a stop in Connecticut this past weekend. Joe Hall is from Ohio, but the 42-year-old has been walking through 48 states to spread awareness of mental health struggles and the resources available to help. Hall spoke with Fox 43 in Pennsylvania about his mission.
We want to let people know that there are people that care. There's a finite amount of resources right now, so we've got to find a way to encourage people to get into psychology, psychiatry, social work. This is a marathon, not a sprint.
Hall is a survivor of 2 previous suicide attempts and hopes that his message will help inspire others. If you'd like to help, you can donate to his cause at hallacrossthecountry.com. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Continuing with no major accidents through Fairfield County, 95 northbound. A little bit slow out of Stamford Greenwich. About an hour to go from Stamford up into Bridgeport. Parkway slightly more thanks to the delays from Route 7 up to 42 in Westport. Fairfield Trumbull side, not too bad. Route 8 still looks good. Derby, Shelton, Parkway, New Haven County, not too bad. Eastbound 84 jammed in through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low of the 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk or text. You want to text me something, as a few people have today, regarding the comments I made about Ukraine and Russia. Paul, stop already. Read the Minsk Agreement and the Donetsk suppression. Stop with the mainstream media narrative. Do some deep research, Paul. Thank you for the text. No, I'm not an expert here. I'm not going to do deep research. I'm going to ask a simple question. Because sometimes the simple questions are easiest. When does Putin stop? That's all. When does he stop? There are people that know far more about this than me. When does he stop? What I do know is what some experts have said on this program is it's tough to get the guy who's perceived to be winning to stop. You got to do it with force, with bombs. I don't know. My only point here was, well, Trump kind of admits now he went easy on Putin. Putin promised he was going to stop. And guess what? Ding, 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 ding. He didn't stop. So now we're going to ramp it up. Let's see how long this goes. He's going to have to be the one eventually to decide to stop, right? And do you give him something to stop? Is he going to want land? I don't know. Does he want port rights? Beats the heck out of me. I don't know. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I have experts far better versed in foreign policy and war strategery than me. We'll talk about that Secret Service report regarding the one-year anniversary of the Trump assassination attempt coming up in just a few. Before we do that, let's take care of a couple things. Matt in Fairfield's with us. Hello, Matt. How are you?
Hey there, Paul. Happy Monday.
Thank you, sir. What's up?
Well, okay, so about Mr. Putin.
Yeah.
He started this whole thing out, and the fog that he threw out was it's all about a threat from NATO. They can't join NATO.
I can't have NATO on my doorstep. Yep.
There you go. And I think what really needs to happen is all of Europe needs to have a backdoor conversation, bring them into NATO, and all of Europe needs to step up to the plate.
Mm-hmm.
And then Putin will turn around and say, the U.S. isn't the only big dog in town. I don't think he understands anything else but power. That's it.
I have watched, Matt, lengthy interviews with him from some pretty good interviewers, and you're right. The thing you come away with, and he's actually said this. There's a great interview with him with Charlie Rose out there, Matt, where he basically said, I want Russia to matter. And he basically admits what a lot of people say is that Russia's a big gas station with nukes. I mean, they have oil, they have natural gas, they have rare earths, and they have nukes. But as far as their economy, what do they have?
Right. And as long as Europe is willing to sit back in the shadows, he looks at them as a weak partner or a weak player. And he's going to do whatever he wants. And I don't see our president getting men involved in this process, especially if Europe wants to sit back and just let Ukraine be a victim. Yeah. They have to bring them into the house. They got to keep their mouths shut, make them a part of NATO, and then everybody needs to step up to the plate.
Matt, thank you. Appreciate the call. Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. Let's, before we go to our guest, Bobby McDonald, coming up, let's check out our question of the day at facebook.com/Voice of CT. Question of the day was this, and this is off of a suggestion that State Senate Democratic leader Martin Looney made to tax the 16,000 richest Connecticut residents by 1.75% more on capital gains profits. Marty's saying that could pump about $280 million a year more into the state coffers to go for property tax relief. Chris has been looking at the answers, as always, the ones without obscenities. And, Chris, what do you have for us there?
Well, John says it will only serve to disenchant the ones that want to be part of the 16,000. Why not a flat tax to fix our issues? They should pay what is their rate to pay, says Anthony. Why don't we ask that the politicians take pay cuts? And Karen says the rich will change address. This always comes down to middle class paying higher taxes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. All right. You heard over the weekend on the 1-year mark since that assassination attempt on then candidate Donald Trump in Butler, PA. It was a year ago over the weekend that there's a new report out concerning what the Secret Service did or didn't do. We will be joined by a retired Secret Service employee, Secret Service agent, coming up to break that down. That's all straight ahead.
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's $25,000. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Fine Fettle, The Water Doctor, and Bridgeport Harbor Marina.
You've been hit and you're hurt. You were in a crash, and now you're also out of cash. You need someone by your side. You need George Ganem to help you through the injury and legal process. With decades of experience helping clients injured in an accident, George Ganem takes on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve fast. George Ganem will fight for you. Call George at 203-713-8383 or GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, cadillacofgreenwich.com.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning here on the Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with the connections, resources, and insights necessary to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Topics included so far: how to attract and keep top talent, and innovation, and the advancements right here in Connecticut. Don't worry, though, if you've missed it, check out what we've learned on the podcast at voiceofct.com. The next MADE series will focus on reputation and how your business can stand out. If you want to stay ahead of the curve in business and build game-changing connections, you need to listen to the podcast. It's on voiceofct.com, and join me at the next MADE event. Details coming soon at connecticutmade.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 out of Stamford Greenwich, still busy. Exits 3 to 9. More company into Southport. Fairfield Parkway, not too bad. Lower part of the county, still busy into 41, 42 in Westport. Route 8 looks good. 95 busy into Long Wharf in New Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low of the 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
The only place in Fairfield County for live, local talk. This is the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. And Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Thank you, Mr. Big Voice Guy. Hey, joining us right now, a gentleman that's a regular fixture here on the radio station, criminal justice lecturer at the University of New Haven. He's a former supervisory Secret Service agent. There's a new report came out over the weekend, more details regarding what some people are saying are errors and misjudgments made by the Secret Service. This all connected to the assassination attempt targeting then-candidate President Trump a year ago in Butler, PA. We all remember, I guess, where we were when we heard about that. I was at a pool party, actually, with a buddy of mine and his wife in Branford, and all of a sudden, my phone starts to blow up, and I go inside, and we all watch that going, oh, my. Bobby McDonald back with us. Bobby, it's Paul. Good afternoon, sir. How have you been? Hi, Bobby.
Hey, Paul. Always great to be back with you. Good to talk to you.
Thank you, sir. Well, it's been a year, Bobby. Obviously, you heard about it over the weekend, and this new report is out, and of course, people talking about the things that the report found. So, as somebody retired from the service, you spent a long time there. You were very frank with us, I remember, when this happened about a year ago and along the way. So, give us your thoughts on this. What do you think?
Well, I think the service has moved a little bit in a proper direction with some purging of leadership at the top. I think that needed to go after some less than stellar performances, both by Director Kim Cheadle and Acting Director Ron Rowe. They've moved on. President Trump has placed in Sean Curran, who was with him on the dais that fateful day a year ago. I'm still a little concerned. You know, you saw the news about the 6 agents that were suspended. It's a slow process. The government works at a dinosaur's pace. And I think there's still some optics here that I think a lot of people are a little bit concerned about, whether nobody really was held accountable for this situation. Some things have changed for the better. I think supervision has gotten a little better. They've gotten some new assets, some new mobile command posts and drones and things. Assets are nice, but it's the people of the service that have to be able to utilize those assets and utilize them properly to make sure that they're putting together a very robust, protective plan for our protectees.
Bobby, explain something to me. Over the weekend, digesting a lot of national stuff, reading as much as I could on this, I heard a term called siloing, I think it was, because there was a basically, and I think one of the startling things I saw everybody picking up on, Bobby, on social media was, hey, they knew something might have been funky 10 days out, is what we're told, what this report says, yet that information, for whatever reason, was not spread as widely as people thought of. What is siloing, and is there a fear, Bobby, of maybe burning sources if you let too many people know what you know?
Well, the term siloing, Paul, got legs during 9/11 when it was determined that agencies weren't talking with each other and passing important intelligence information between agencies. We have come a long way in the 24 years since then, and siloing is supposed to go away. But when you see or hear the situation that we heard over the weekend, that 10 days out there was some intelligence indicating, some information that was going to be allowing for nefarious activity. Information and intelligence is nice, but if it isn't gotten to the consumer or the customer of that intelligence, who can use the intelligence then to make very good decisions for what they need to do, it really doesn't do us any good. So siloing was supposed to have gone away. There's obviously still some issues out there, and we've got to figure out how to rectify those.
And, Bobby, listen, I understand the grave responsibilities that you guys and gals had and do have in the Secret Service, but correct me if I'm wrong here, please, but is this because of some of the stuff that we hear, not necessarily in the Secret Service, but we hear in the FBI, all the way down to local police, is that it's a workplace like anything else, and are there territories that people don't want to get stepped on, and sometimes you're flexing a little bit with, hey, I've been here for X amount of years? Are those challenges the same as in the Secret Service as they might be in a law firm or something like that we could better relate to?
Well, a Secret Service in a lot of ways is just like any pharmaceutical company or any other federal agency. There's politics, but we have to get over those things. The Secret Service can't do what it does without liaison and working with various state, local, and federal partners. Hey, look, we didn't do a good job on July 13th, but one thing that we've always done well is been liaising with local and state federal partners. When a counterfeit bill is detected in the state of Connecticut at 2:00 in the morning, the Secret Service will respond to that. And the reason we respond to that is so that the local police or the state police that are handling it know that we're interested in helping them with that type of nefarious activity, but knowing that we're also going to want to get to know them for when one of our protectees comes to the state of Connecticut or wherever. So we've always been very good at that, and we need to make sure that we continue to cultivate those relationships, but also making sure that all the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed in our protective advances. That's very, very, very important.
It sounded, Bobby McDonald, from the sound bites I've heard of the president over the weekend, that he was very careful not to cast aspersions, in fact, praising that sniper who basically took out the gunman with one shot there. So he certainly minded his words over the weekend, I'm sure, out of a sense of thankfulness to the agents that did hustle him off the stage that day.
Right, and I do think the president has noted that, a number of things went wrong that day, and I think that he has tasked Director Curran and Deputy Director Quinn with going in there and fixing those problems so that this doesn't happen again. We need to learn from our mistakes. We also need to learn from all of the different things that have happened over the years. As I think I've said to you before, all the things that the Secret Service does are built on the Kennedy assassination attempt, the Ford attempts, the Reagan attempts, and now the Trump attempts. So all of those things are building blocks, and we have to be perfect every day and then get better.
Bobby McDonald, former supervisory Secret Service agent, currently a criminal justice lecturer at the University of New Haven. Bobby, always good to chat with you. Be good, my friend, and we'll talk down the road. Thank you.
Talk to you soon. Take care.
All right. Thank you, Bobby. Bobby McDonald, criminal justice lecturer, long time at the University of New Haven, and a former supervisory Secret Service agent. I believe Bobby has told us in the past how he has been on a lot of the advanced teams, too, looking at this. So, boy, I got to tell you, you remember that? Oh, man. And think of how close that was. People first thought, remember that? They thought the bullet or bullets may have hit the teleprompter screens or hit some glass, and he was, the then candidate, former president, was hit by flying glass. No, that clipped him in the air and millimeters over one way or the other could have been disastrous. All right, traffic and weather together right here. News coming up, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
No major accidents on 95 or the Parkway. We're looking at delays coming out of Stamford Greenwich, about a half hour to go from Stamford up to Norwalk, another 40 minutes to go from Route 7 up to Route 8. Parkway, New Canaan, Stamford, not too bad, still pretty heavy into 41, 42. Fairfield side, not bad. Route 8 still looks pretty good. Eastbound 84 still jammed into Newtown. We're sponsored by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet, starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Twice in the last week, Connecticut has had some kind of localized flash flooding events happen. And I've heard from a lot of you that trees have come down, you lost power. And it's just a reminder that we are in hurricane season. I know a lot of times we want to focus on obviously the good of the summertime, but the reality is we are in a very heightened storm season. And if you are not prepared for it, destruction, damage, and certainly tragedy could follow. I want to introduce you to my friends at K&J Tree Service. I work with them, and I have such peace of mind working with them. In fact, I've had their team come out to my house so many times. Mark came out a couple months ago and did a tree assessment, as I've talked about on the show before, and he was able to identify some troubled trees that needed to be addressed and partially removed just to make sure there was no damage to our home, our property, and certainly wasn't going to hurt me and my family. Don't wait for the next storm to see what happens next. Go to kjtreeservice.com. Book a free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com.
Woohoo! Hear that? That's what having fewer hot flashes and night sweats can sound like. Veoza is the #1 prescribed hormone-free treatment FDA approved for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms, also known as hot flashes and night sweats, due to menopause. Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about Veoza. To learn more, call 1-866-239-1637 or go to Veoza.com. That's VEOZAH.com.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Connecticut Paid Leave, making time for life's most important moments.
To recover from illness or injury.
To give your employees peace of mind.
To welcome home an active duty service member.
To help a loved one get better.
To get help for your mental health.
To welcome a new addition to your family.
To leave an unsafe home.
Learn more about accessing the benefits of Connecticut Paid Leave. Visit ctpaidleave.org.
Lost one or more teeth to gum disease, tooth decay, or an injury? Downtown Dental can help with top-notch care to get your healthy and beautiful smile back. And at the lowest price around, guaranteed. Get dental implants for $999 with crowns and dental implants in a day. Get the best quality at the guaranteed lowest price you will only find at Downtown Dental. With offices in Bridgeport, Norwalk, or West Haven, dental implants just $999. Visit downtowndentalct.com.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, celebrating 100 years of Abits.
My grandfather, Frank Pepe, didn't just create Abits. He created a gathering place that our family is still proud to share to this day. my mother and aunt built on his dream. Today, my siblings, cousins, and I are honored to continue the tradition. Pepe's has always been about family, ours and the generations of families who gather at our tables.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria. Passionate about pizza since 1925. Visit your local Pepe's today.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is giving the green light for more Patriot missile defense systems to NATO, which will then give them to Ukraine. CBS's Charlie D'Agata at the Pentagon.
This is sort of a repackaging of systems that have already been in place and encouraging, as he has made abundantly clear, encouraging NATO partners to step up.
And Trump said he'll double tariffs on Russia's trading partners unless Moscow agrees to stop its invasion of Ukraine within 50 days. The investigation continues into the cause of the fire at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts, that killed 9 residents. Mayor Paul Coogan.
A lot of these people needed assistance just getting out of the building, and a 5-star effort got as many people out as we could.
The EU is threatening retaliatory tariffs on goods imported from the U.S. Here's CBS's Ramy Inocencio in London.
Europe's biggest exports to the U.S., things like French wine, for example, German cars, big pharma like Ozempic, for example.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Jose Morales, the man found guilty of murdering his girlfriend, Christine Holloway, in Ansonia, was sentenced to 65 years in prison today in Milford Superior Court. In addition to murder, Morales was also found guilty of tampering with evidence. This from the trial in April.
How do you find the defendant as to the crime of murder?
Guilty. In addition to murder, Morales was also found guilty of tampering with evidence. Morales and Holloway shared a 15-month-old daughter, Vanessa, who still has not been found. The 65-year prison term was the maximum sentence possible. Governor Ned Lamont signed 2 bills last week that look to strengthen the Connecticut agriculture industry. Public Act 25-152, which is known as the Connecticut Farm Bill, will create a new tax credit for farmers who invest in certain machinery, equipment, and buildings. At the signing ceremony, Lamont praised the work of farmers and the wide range of support for the bill.
Not a lot is bipartisan in our world, and this was really strong because we love each and every one of you and what you're doing and what you mean for the state of Connecticut. We're doing everything we can to preserve more open space, preserve more farmland, make sure that farmland is there not just for your generation, but for generations to come.
The second bill creates a land access program within the State Department of Agriculture. The 2 people who died after an apparent boat crash in New Haven Harbor have been identified as Stratford residents. 67-year-old Floyd Maxon and 64-year-old Cynthia Firk dined at the Shell and Bones restaurant last Wednesday, then headed out to return to Stratford on their boat. The craft was found crashed into a New Haven Harbor breakwall on Thursday, and the victims were located a short time later. Autopsies revealed that both died from blunt force trauma injuries. A pedestrian was taken to the hospital after being struck by a vehicle in Milford. The unidentified person was hit on the Boston Post Road in the area of Turnpike Square. The victim was left lying injured in the roadway and was taken to the hospital with unspecified injuries. The incident is under investigation by Milford police. An 84-year-old woman has died after she was struck by a pickup truck in Norwalk. Police say Josephine Pimpinella was crossing a driveway on Connecticut Avenue Saturday morning when she was hit. Emergency crews rushed to the scene and took Pimpinella to Norwalk Hospital, but she did not survive. No information has been released about the pickup truck driver. The 15-year-old cousin of Shelton homicide victim James McGrath has died in an e-bicycle crash in Trumbull. Police say Mason Murrin was riding his e-bike on Main Street Thursday night when he was involved in a crash with a vehicle. McGrath died after being stabbed at a party in 2022, and Raoul Valley was acquitted of murder and intentional manslaughter this month. Grief counselors were available at Trumbull High School today for students or parents struggling with Murrin's death. Bankrupt hospital operator Prospect Medical Holdings is receiving a $30 million cash infusion. A judge has approved the emergency debt funding for the owner of Waterbury, Manchester Memorial, and Rockville General Hospitals. Prospect officials say the loan will help avoid layoffs and service cuts at the Connecticut hospitals. Prospect has been trying to sell the hospitals, but the process has been slow. 2 people have injuries after a house fire in Shelton. A firefighter and a resident were hurt during the blaze yesterday at a home on Birchbank Road near the Housatonic River. The resident was treated for burns, and the firefighter was taken to the hospital with a heart-related issue. It took firefighters around 45 minutes to bring the flames under control. The cause of the fire is under investigation. And many students across Connecticut will be heading to college for the first time next month, but the students in the foster care system can face some unique challenges. That's why the organization Fostering Family Hope is doing something to help out. Executive Director Aaron Johnston spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about how the organization is supporting students.
They usually don't have the same type of resources that a typical kid might have. So today we're putting together boxes for 40 different students across Connecticut.
The care packages include school supplies like pens and pencils, as well as toiletries, towels, and comforters. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 still holding at about a half hour to go. Stamford up to Norwalk, 40 minutes from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Parkway's not too bad. Lower part of the county still about 40 to 45 minutes. Route 7 getting up to Route 8. Doing okay into Derby, Shelton on Route 8. New Haven County Parkway's not bad. Southbound 95 delays into Long Wharf. Eastbound 84 still a busy trip through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low of the 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Just a guy who hates driving on the Merit, just like you. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Where you can add to that voice at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk or text. A lot of people voicing their opinions on now what seems to be kind of an about-face at the White House. Mr. Trump and his staff saying suddenly, hey, maybe this Putin guy in Russia cannot be trusted. Joining us right now with this kind of whiplash 180 description that people are talking about here from this story, Olivia Rinaldi, CBS News. Olivia, good afternoon. Great to have you with us. So quite a 180, would people say, Olivia? What are they saying around there regarding Mr. Trump's statements now and threats?
Oh, certainly. Yeah, today is definitely one we should mark down on the timeline of Trump's shifting policy stances, because this about-face on Ukraine is quite notable. Not only today did the president say he'd be sending more weapons overseas to NATO, who then he hopes will decide to pass them on to Ukraine, but he also said he plans on announcing new tariffs on Russia if they don't come to the negotiating table with Ukraine by September 1st. I mean, Paul, this is a big, big change from the president who, during his campaign, consistently said that there would be no more weapons to Ukraine, and he can end this war very quickly.
So do you think, Olivia, this will be seen as maybe a capitulation here to, what people in his camp would call the rhinos or the mainstream Republicans? Because I'm sure this is not playing well with his MAGA base here.
Well, he's going about it in an interesting way that kind of lets him save face here at home, because the weapons are not going directly to Ukraine. Essentially, what was announced today at the White House between Trump and NATO Secretary General Rutte was a deal where the U.S. would be manufacturing and sending weapons to NATO allies, who in turn would pay for them and then send them to Ukraine. So there would be a middleman. It's not a direct pipeline of aid to Ukraine, but it will be going to NATO, and the expectation is that the European allies in NATO are the ones who, one, are going to pay the U.S., and two, take on the burden of then transferring them into Ukraine.
Interesting. Olivia Rinaldi, CBS News. Olivia, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Olivia Rinaldi, you hear her on the radio side here, and you see her on the CBS Evening News. Yeah. Boy, this kind of sounds like, when you think about it, right? this thing with the weapons, well, we're not sending them directly to Ukraine. They get, quote unquote, air quotes right now, purchased by our allies, given to Ukraine. I know it's not the same thing, so don't start yelling at me and texting me saying you don't know your history. This is kind of like, if you were around then, God bless you, you're a little older than me, but research the term Lend-Lease, World War II. Think about that. It's kind of almost the same thing when you think about that. Different, but again, FDR was getting pushback from his folks saying, don't get mixed up in this. This is a foreign entanglement. It's a European war. We know about Hitler, this and the other. So, again, not the exact same thing, but, kind of interesting. The minute that Olivia had talked about that, I kind of went, this is kind of interesting. And by the way, yesterday, along with Lindsey Graham, Senator Richard Blumenthal, the sensible one of our two Democratic senators, who doesn't go off the deep end, everything happens and blames it on Trump, talked about new authority that Congress wants to give Mr. Trump regarding tariffs and taxes to turn the screws on Russia. We'll get to that after the break. First, though, Joseph in Fairfield is with us. Joe, how are you? What's up?
Hello, Paul. I'd like to make a comment about a miserable war. Now, Putin is getting most of his armaments from China, from the CCP.
Yep.
That's a fact. He's giving them the oil. So that's the trade that's going on. President Trump has to put stress on China because the Chinese, the CCP, has also green-lighted the North Koreans to send their troops there. So stop the armaments. If you stop the armaments going to Russia, to Putin, he eventually...
Oh, Joe, you're there.
He's getting all the armaments he needs from China. They're manufactured in China. He's not manufacturing all these armaments. He can't do it. And he's sending them all the oil. That's the deal. That has to be stopped. So somehow President Trump, I think, understands this, and I hope he does that. Put some pressure on China to stop it. I believe he's going over to meet with Xi Jinping.
And Joe, the other thing, there was a story last week, the BBC brought this up, and I was reading part of it here on the show. How many of our own Western allies are still doing energy business with Russia? So as much as they criticize rightly what Putin is doing, they're handing him cash, hand over foot.
Absolutely, that's the great motivating factor. The money that's going there to purchase those weapons, and again, I have to say they're mainly manufactured by the CCP in China.
Yeah,
and they're going over. Putin doesn't have that capability to keep going and manufacturing all those weapons and shells and other things.
Hey, yeah, and Joe,
he could.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, he can throw. Russia has his history of even when they went against Hitler and against Napoleon, they'll send out millions and millions of men.
Oh,
but eventually, if the armaments run out, the ammunitions, they have to stop. They can't just send all these men out there because he maintains his power and his standing in Russia as long as he keeps this conflict going. He's just a miserable person. I mean,
yeah, no, and it is. And Joseph, thank you for the call. Good points here. Appreciate it. And if you watch, I've watched a couple of interviews with this guy, with Putin. Again, find the one. It's on YouTube, and it's Putin sitting down. Now, this is years and years and years ago, but it was still Putin. And he's sitting down with Charlie. Was it Charlie Rose? Yeah, I think Charlie Rose. And it's interesting because two things stuck with me from that interview. Was that Putin still carries a lot of anger for, I guess, losing his father and other family relatives, as Joe just mentioned, fighting alongside the U.S., sort of, kind of, in World War II. And he also, if I remember watching that correctly, he said, Russia has to matter. And he feels like a lot of the old Soviet Union people did after communism fell, that they were kind of set out adrift here. And there's been, some lingering anger on that as well for years and years.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hi, it's Sissy from the Blue Sky Diner in Stratford. Along with my mother Mary and my brother Nick, we are proud to carry on our family tradition of serving great food at affordable prices. Grab a booth or take a seat at the counter and enjoy breakfast or lunch. Always served with a smile. To our regular customers, thank you. And if you're new, come give us a try. Plus, our patio is now open. Blue Sky Diner, 273 Ferry Boulevard in Stratford. We're open daily from 6:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. We can't wait to see you. Order up!
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Despite a weekend threat of 30% tariffs on EU and Mexican imports, the market managed to eke out small gains today, and the Nasdaq closed at an all-time high with just a modest move to the upside. The market got a little encouragement after President Trump, despite what he said yesterday, suggested there's still room to negotiate before those tariffs go into effect on August 1st. The market advanced modestly with the Dow up 88 points to 44,459, S&P up nearly 9 points to 6268, and the Nasdaq, again, at record highs, 20,640, up nearly 55 points on the day. Long-term interest rates edged higher to 4.43% ahead of tomorrow's consumer inflation report. Dollar also firmed modestly. Oil slipped $1.51 to 66.94. And while President Trump is threatening sanctions on Russia, it would likely exclude energy. Gold dropped $960 to 33.54, while Bitcoin hit a new intraday all-time high of $120,000, pulling back from that level at the end of the day. Tomorrow, all eyes on inflation, tariffs, and trade.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Busy waves on 95 coming out of Stamford Greenwich and still holding at about 40 minutes from Norwalk up to Route 8. Northbound on the Parkway, a couple extra pockets out of Stamford Greenwich. Heavy is still Route 7 up to 42 in Westport. Fairfield Trumbullside, not too bad. Route 8 looks pretty good. Derby, Shelton. Heavier as you get further north up into Beacon Falls. Very heavy, 84 both directions in through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low of the 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
He's here every afternoon to give it to you straight. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, coming up next hour, I have a little bit of a piece of a little chunk, a little bite of Dick Blumenthal, about 2 minutes. He was on with Lindsey Graham on CBS, I think it was, yesterday, talking about how they've worked with the White House to craft some sort of sanctions bill here to turn these screws on Putin. Okay, so do it. See what happens here. See, he's not going to stop until he gets something. I don't know what that is. By the way, I did check on YouTube. Yes, this interview here at full length with no edits is here. Just when you get a moment, watch it. I'm not saying you have to like or dislike Putin, but the fault we have here sometime in the Western media is that we never take a moment to say, well, let me just, this guy can be the worst guy on the planet, but let me just hear a little of it. So this was 10 years ago now. This was September of 2015. Charlie Rose and Vladimir Putin, 60 Minutes, and they posted... This is actually posted by a poli-sci department somewhere, but it's 48 minutes of Charlie Rose asking some pretty tough stuff of Vladimir Putin here. So watch it and decide for yourself. The actual listing here, Vladimir Putin interviewed by Charlie Rose, 60 Minutes, September 2015. Okay. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. By the way, according to CNN, Barack Obama said something really funny about the current state of the Democratic Party. I almost fell off my seat. And by the way, there's a new poll out that was commissioned by the Democratic Party themselves, and somebody let somebody on where did I see this? Hang on, this is on The Hill got a look at this. Here's the bottom line: Trump sucks isn't a strategy. It's basically what Mr. Obama said and what this poll said. So we'll talk about that. We know you don't like Trump. We get it. We understand it. What's your idea? Tim in Hamden's here. Tim, good afternoon. How are you?
Well, I'm not telling you whether you should like or dislike Vladimir Putin. Huh?
No, I'm not telling you. Go ahead. You may think the guy is next to Satan, or you might think the guy is an angel or something in the middle. I just tell people.
I don't know.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, so let me see. Let me see that in this world. I've just inferred that I like Putin. Is that where we're going here?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, you didn't say that at all.
I'm heading the ability for any president to get anybody he doesn't like out of the country, a la Rosie O'Donnell.
Okay.
You went to.
Yeah, what is up with the? Oh my God! Can we stop with Rosie O'Donnell? Oh my God! And the fact that she's morphing into Mike Francesa. If you look at her lately, do a side by side there. Yeah, Tim, do a side by side and tell me you won't laugh. But that's just me. Go ahead.
Well, yes. I mean, I don't have a lot. He said the same thing about what's his name? Tesla guy and everything else.
Elon Musk and
you can't. I'm sorry, the U.S. citizens, I know it's really hard for you, Mr. President, to actually read the Constitution. But
we'll see.
You can't do that. And
we'll see.
I'll just have to see. At least we've got some candidates from my neck of the woods. All right, where everybody else, let's go. Come on,
listen. And by the way, he'll be on tomorrow morning with Melissa in the, hang on. He's going to be on at 8:05 tomorrow morning with Melissa.
All right. Are people going to be able to call in later?
I do not know. I don't know how she runs her show. I do not know.
See, I'm only kidding.
Yeah.
We can't figure out what someone like FDR and Truman were versus what Vladimir Putin is.
Oh, here
So
we go. Here we go. Here we go. Have I? Have you?
I'm not saying you.
Oh no. Well,
in general.
Yeah.
It's like all this. He's the guy's a communist. He's running for mayor. He's a democratic socialist. That means you actually vote on important matters and stuff. Same thing with Bernie Sanders, AOC. They're not my necessarily cup of tea, but this whole idea that we can do anything we want. If we're Trump, as long as he's popular amongst certain people. No. I mean, we've got to still can we find some balance between the two?
What? I wonder what's going to happen when Trump is no longer there. I mean, who's going to be the next boogie? Well, probably J.D. Vance, I would think. I don't know.
Hillbilly guy?
I don't
know.
The
man who proudly... Well, that's what his book is. Hillbilly Elegy.
Hillbilly Elegy, yeah. I actually saw segments of the movie online that looked somewhat interesting.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he can tell us, women should, be forced into birth, whatever. He can, all of that stuff. He just a guy with a beard is never going to win the presidency. Ask Abraham Lincoln.
Listen, I don't know. Ask women what they think of J.D. Vance's looks. Just ask. Just ask. Just ask. Not the politics, because I was quite surprised when a couple of women I know said, "Listen, J.D. Vance hate his politics," and I said, "What do you mean hate his politics, but?" And they said, "But whew." I said, "Okay."
There's something in the water.
Yeah. All right, Tim. Be good, buddy. Appreciate it. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Busy waves on 95 coming out of Stamford Greenwich and still holding at about 40 minutes from Norwalk up to Route 8. Northbound on the Parkway, a couple extra pockets out of Stamford Greenwich. Heavy is still Route 7 up to 42 in Westport. Fairfield Trumbull side, not too bad. Route 8 looks pretty good. Derby, Shelton. Heavier as you get further north up into Beacon Falls. Very heavy, 84 both directions in through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low of the 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, one of the reasons I appreciate our senior U.S. Senator, Mr. Blumenthal, who I've known for years and years and years, and every time I've talked to him in person or on the phone, he has been wonderfully gracious and very nice. Although we may disagree on policy, he's not a hack like Chris Murphy is, blaming death and destruction worldwide on Trump. Well, Mr. Blumenthal was on one of the Sunday shows yesterday talking with his buddy, his pal there, Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, about a measure that they hope to put through Congress that will allow of the president to ratchet up and down tariffs of countries that one of our previous callers said are doing business with Russia to help Mr. Putin buy arms to attack innocent people and soldiers in Ukraine. So we'll have that segment for you, I promise, right out of the news. And our buddy Ryan Fazio next half hour or two. Is there more funny business going on with your electric rates in Connecticut?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Investigators are still searching for the cause of last night's horrific fire at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts. As the firefighters union is speaking out, 9 people were killed. Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon.
This isn't what we're designed to do here, right? We're here to save lives, and any time that any life is lost, a single life is lost, is a tragedy in our mind.
CBS's Jim Krasula says the firefighters union is now accusing the city of not fully staffing the department, hampering the response to the fire.
Firefighters say they could have saved more lives had they had more manpower. They say that prevented them from having an adequate response to the deadly fire. Union officials say the closing of fire stations and cutbacks on staff in the city have been a problem for decades.
The north rim of the Grand Canyon is closed because of wildfires that are burning out of control. CBS's Ian Lee has the latest from Fredonia, Arizona.
They are facing a perfect storm of fire conditions. It is hot. It's pushing 100 degrees. The humidity is low, and there is a wind taking it. One official told me that they can't attack it direct on. They said it's like a tsunami of flames.
Bad news today for employees of the U.S. Department of Education. CBS's Matt Piper has that.
The Supreme Court is allowing the president to continue with mass firings at the Education Department. The court has paused a lower court's order that had required the department to rehire 1,400 employees who had been laid off. The decision to lift the stay was 6-3.
The 3 dissenters were the liberal justices Sonia Sotomayor, Ketanji Brown Jackson, and Elena Kagan. President Trump has learned that warnings not to trust Russian President Vladimir Putin were valid.
I'm disappointed in President Putin.
President Trump shared his frustration towards the Russian leader while meeting with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte at the White House. Rutte said European allies will buy U.S. military equipment, including Patriot missile defense batteries, and transfer it to Ukraine. And President Trump made this threat if Russia continues its war.
We're going to be doing secondary tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days.
Secondary tariffs mean targeting Russia's trading partners. The president said his actions will raise tariffs to 100%. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
The disgraced former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo lost the Democratic primary for mayor of New York City, but today in a video he said he's running as an independent.
Only 13% of New Yorkers voted in the June primary. The general election is in November, and I am in it to win it.
At the close of trading on Wall Street, the Dow and the S&P 500 were up fractionally, but NASDAQ ended the day at a record high. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Jose Morales, the man found guilty of murdering his girlfriend, Christine Holloway, in Ansonia, was sentenced to 65 years in prison today in Milford Superior Court. In addition to murder, Morales was also found guilty of tampering with evidence. This from the trial in April.
How do you find the defendant as to the crime of murder?
Guilty.
Morales and Holloway shared a 15-month-old daughter, Vanessa, who has still not been found. The 65-year prison term was the maximum sentence possible. An 84-year-old woman has died after she was struck by a pickup truck in Norwalk. Police say Josephine Pimpinella was crossing a driveway on Connecticut Avenue Saturday morning when she was hit. Emergency crews rushed to the scene and took Pimpinella to Norwalk Hospital, but she did not survive. No information has been released about the pickup truck driver. A pedestrian was taken to the hospital after being struck by a vehicle in Milford. The unidentified person was hit on the Boston Post Road in the area of Turnpike Square. The victim was left lying injured in the roadway and was taken to the hospital with unspecified injuries. The incident is under investigation by Milford police. And the two people who died after an apparent boat crash in New Haven Harbor have been identified as Stratford residents. 67-year-old Floyd Maxson and 64-year-old Cynthia Firk dined at the Shell and Bones restaurant last Wednesday, then headed out to return to Stratford on their boat. The craft was found crashed into a New Haven Harbor breakwall on Thursday, and the victims were located a short time later. Autopsies revealed that both died of blunt force trauma injuries. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway's building heavier in through Greenwich. 95, some delays. Greenwich, Stamford as well. Still holding at about 40 to 45 minutes. 95 from Norwalk up into Bridgeport. Heaviest right around Sherwood Island through Southport. Parkway still with that heavy wave at 41, 42. Not bad. Fairfield, Trumbull side. Still a decent trip. Route 8 up into Derby and Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low of the 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And all right, by the way, a 5 o'clock hour underway, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Listen, I know a lot of people hate Trump. That's fine. Frankly, I don't care. He's not going to run again. No, he's not going to run for a third term. And who knows, the guy just turned 79. It's going to be tougher and tougher for him physically and mentally to finish out this term. I honestly think so. We'll see what happens. Guy apparently doesn't live the healthiest lifestyle, but the guy's a bull and he keeps going, and, we'll see. But, again, a couple of more things here have come out over the weekend that just plays into the fact that most people listen to this show. And I know, I got to get myself into it. By the way, how are you? 203-333-9422. Trump is not the problem, right? He's not. I know a lot of you think it is, but he's not, or it's not. What am I talking about? Well, the problem is the other party, the once great Democratic Party of Bill Clinton, who they desperately need another one of John Fitzgerald Kennedy, of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, of Harry Truman, of all the great Democrats out there, Lyndon Baines Johnson, even locally here, Ella Grasso, John Bailey, Bob Gimo, all the great Democrats. What has happened to your party out there? A new poll obtained by The Hill that was done for a Democratic research firm. So this is not a poll from Fox News or Newsmax or Rasmussen or the New York Post. Well, that's just a right-wing outlet. No, Gungadin. According to that poll, the Democratic Party's credibility with voters has plummeted even further since the 2024 election. The poll was conducted between the months of May and June by a group called Unite the Country. That is a Democratic super PAC, a political action committee. You hear that? Voters perceive the Democratic Party in this poll, and again, you can find information on this. I'm not reading this from a fringe website. It's on CNN. It's on the Hill. They perceive the Democratic Party as, quote, out of touch or woke or weak. That's not from Trump Polling USA. That's from a progressive poll. The party has seen its support erode with white men, Hispanic men, and working-class voters across the board, with approval ratings sitting below 35% across those demographics. Do you realize how bad that is? 35%. I know Trump's only in the mid-40s. I'd rather be in the mid-40s than be in the mid-30s. I'm no math whiz, but that I can tell you. And enthusiasm within the parties continues to wane, as in drop. That's what wane means. Not Bruce Wayne we're talking. We're not talking about stately Wayne Manor. It's the bat phone, sir. Since 2024. Democratic strategist Rodell Molyneux said, quote, "This is the reality of the perception of Democrats as a party, and until we accept that, it's going to be hard to move forward." Molyneux added, quote, "Democrats need to realize that in order to improve and get better, to not only win 2028, but we have to win 2030 and 2032. Democrats are still feeling dejected and rudderless in the early months of the Trump White House. An AP poll in May revealed that only 35% of surveyed Democrats are optimistic about the party's future. All right, and we could go on and on and on, but again, you could read about this poll. You just want to Google or go to Yahoo. You put in Unite the Country poll. Unite the Country poll. Now, if you are a Trump hater and maybe a card-carrying Democrat, maybe here in Connecticut, maybe you're on your DTC, maybe you're like, oh, the Democrats are so united going after Trump. What do you think of this when you look at these numbers and the perception of the party, of the Democratic Party? Listen, it's one thing to have lousy or no policies. You never want to see the word rudderless. It's like when your team gets its ass kicked on the NFL on Sunday. Lord knows I'm a Jets fan. The word or the words you never want to see are non-competitive. Now, it could change with the midterms. I get it coming up. But when you hear this, what do you think of? Maybe you're a proud local Democrat in Bridgeport or Hartford or New Haven or somewhere down county, lower Fairfield County. Maybe in your life everything's great. But the party of FDR and LBJ and JFK and Harry Truman, it's a five-car pileup. It's a rear-ender, fender bender, as the great Morgan Kaolian used to say on the Parkway and on the Turnpike. One strategist said, "I was frustrated during the one big, beautiful bill stuff. We missed an opportunity to really define a different kind of vision." And what have I said over and over again? Stop going out there, Chris Murphy, and saying Trump's going to kill people and Trump's going to do internment camps and Trump. No, what are you going to do? What is your side of the aisle going to do to say, hey, we've got a better plan here? People have already defined Donald Trump in their minds. About half the country hates him. About half the country loves him. A few percent in the middle, I wish he'd stop the tweets, but he's okay on that. Or, God, he's not been great on that, but I think he's funny as hell. You know what I mean. What have I been saying for months and weeks and even a couple of years here? It's not about slogans, it's about policy.
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's $25,000. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Tri-City Home Solutions and Rinnai and Xfinity.
Hey, Joe, what happened to your teeth? They look amazing.
Oh, you know, years of root canals, crowns, gum treatments. I got tired of it all. So I went to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester. They removed my bad teeth and gave me permanent new ones. Same day.
Wait, you walked out with new teeth?
Yep, it's called All for One. They place 4 implants and attach a full set of connected teeth. It's not 4 teeth, it's a full smile. I feel like a new man.
Call Columbia Implant Center at 860-730-6020. All for One. One day, one life-changing smile.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, July 25th, and be ready to receive a great giveaway. It's Anthony Volpe Bobblehead Night, presented by T-Mobile. The first 18,000 guests will receive an Anthony Volpe bobblehead. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss Anthony Volpe Bobblehead Night, presented by T-Mobile, when the Yankees face the Phillies on Friday, July 25th.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Craving a delicious meal? Head to Frankie's Diner, the go-to spot for comfort food at 1660 Barnum Ave in Bridgeport. For over 90 years, Frankie's has been serving diner classics using the freshest ingredients, open 7 days a week and 24/7 on the weekends. Whether you're an early bird hungry for lunch or a night owl, enjoy Frankie's. Plus, party rooms available for your next family or office event. Become part of the Frankie's family. Frankie's Diner, 1660 Barnum Ave in Bridgeport.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, despite some heavy waves out of Stamford, Greenwich, heaviest part of the ride, still 17 at Westport, getting up into Southport, Fairfield. Parkway will call a patchy volume, lower part of the county, still very busy into Route 7 and exits 41, 42. About 40 minutes to go from Norwalk up to Route 8. Route 8, Derby, Shelton, not too bad. Extra pockets, 95, Milford, Orange, West Haven. Sponsored by the law offices of Eliafson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low of the 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
A place where you can complain freely. In fact, we encourage it. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9 and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And if you hate Donald Trump, that's fine. But if you're a Democrat, you should be complaining about your party. Time to sack up, guys, and women, rhetorically, excuse me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. New poll obtained by The Hill from a progressive left-leaning super PAC What's the name of this pack again? Hold on. Let me make sure I want to be I want to be unfailingly accurate here. It's called Unite the Country. So look that up. Unite the Country pack poll. Read that. And another thing, what have I been saying for a year? Listen to this. The poll revealed, again, this is a progressive-leaning poll, that the Democrats' emphasis on fighting for democracy while still popular within the party is no longer going to cut it with the general electorate. What have I been saying, folks, and what have experts been saying that I've been pointing out here? America has its mind made up on January 6th. They do. You may not like it. It may have ticked you off to no end. That's fine. I'm not saying how to, you know me on most things. It says say what you want, vote the way you want. But this whole thing about I'm voting to defend democracy, it's done. I mean, you can vote on that, but as something that moves the needle, it's done. It's toast. It ran its course. And one other thing with this poll they found out, deep polling of the general electorate, the Democrats, it says right here, I'm just going to read it, Democrats soft on immigration policies turn too many voters away. What have I been telling you even since Mr. Trump was elected and inaugurated again? You know what's going to happen. I'll say it over and over again. Come the midterms in a year and a half, in October, November, leading up a year and change from now, in 2026, you're going to see all the ads, all the Republican ads, all these super PAC ads. Not going to matter here in Connecticut. I guess the 5th with Johanna Hayes could be competitive again. The other 4 districts, not happening. Joe Courtney, Rosa DeLauro, Jim Himes, and maybe John Larson, gliding to victory, although there's rumor now that former Hartford Mayor Luke Bronin, well, he may challenge John Larson as Mr. Larson is about to turn 78. Enough, John. Go retire, enjoy your family. But on the lead up to those races, you know what you're going to see. There's going to be a Republican ad, and it's going to sound something like, ask candidate blah, 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 how they feel about immigration and migration. See what they say. And they're going to do it. Folks, the GOP is going to do it again in 2028 because it was one of the defining issues that won them the White House and Congress in 2024. Don't get mad at me. Former President Barack Obama, a guy who kind of knows stuff, right? He was elected twice. Centrist guy, not a raving leftist as a lot of people, even in the Republican Party, made him out to be. Did you see what he said about the Dems the other night? And again, he spoke at I guess it was a closed-door fundraiser. Listen to this. Obama's according to CNN. Obama issued a call to action for Democrats at a private fundraiser in New Jersey Friday night, urging those frustrated to, quote, stand up for things you think are right, unquote. Okay, I get that. This is actually pretty funny. There's a phrase in here I never heard before. In my 64 years on the planet, I've never heard this. Mr. Obama said, quote, I think it's going to require a little bit less navel gazing. In other words, your head's so down, you're staring at your navel, your belly button. Yes. Quote from Mr. Obama, quote, I think it's going to require, I can picture him saying this too. I think it's going to require a little bit less navel gazing and a little less whining and being in fetal positions. That's what he said. I think it's going to require a little less navel gazing and a little less whining and being in fetal positions. Wow. And it's going to require Democrats to just toughen up. Well, he's not wrong. He said, quote, "Don't say that you care deeply about free speech and then you're quiet. No, you stand up for free speech when it's hard." He's right. When somebody says something that you don't like, but you still say, you know what, that person has the right to speak, what's needed now is courage. Okay. I get that. 203-333-9422. He added here, stop looking for the quick fix. Stop looking for the Messiah. You have great candidates running in races right now. Support those candidates. All right. Yeah. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Before we go to the break here, Richard Blumenthal, current U.S. Democratic senior Senator Richard Blumenthal, on Meet the Press yesterday, talking about a bill that would allow the president, Mr. Trump, to levy a 500% tariff on imports from countries that purchase Russian uranium, Russian gas and oil, and it's gaining momentum, Mr. Blumenthal says. He's the sensible-sounding one of our two Senate members in the Senate.
This has to be a critical moment for these sanctions, and bringing down this sledgehammer at this moment was emphasized by all of the European allies who were at the meeting that Senator Graham and I attended in Europe. They are absolutely in solidarity, one after another, in that closed-door setting, express the view that these sanctions have to be tough and rigorous to change behavior. And so the waiver language that we will have in this bill is very much alike the provisions that have existed in past similar measures that give the president the ability to act in the national security, but also provide congressional oversight. Mm-hmm. And I think that kind of assurance to my Democratic colleagues is very important. But what is most important, I think, at this moment is our unity. Senator Graham and I, Republican and Democrat, coming together, the European leaders with diverse views, also in unity. And we want to make use of the seized assets, again, in a unified way. I think a multifaceted approach here is the only way to bring Putin to the table, because he's a thug. He understands only force.
All right, Richard Blumenthal yesterday alongside Senator Lindsey Graham on CBS's Face the Nation.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound starting to build heavier into the Commodore Hull Bridge. 95, it's still 40 minutes to go. Norwalk up to Bridgeport, pretty solid now. Sherwood Island up into Fairfield, Southport. Parkway still a very busy trip into Westport. Fairfield, Trumbull side, not too bad. New Haven County 95 building out of Milford up into West Haven. Southbound busy in through Long Wharf. And a very busy trip 84 in through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton presents Sister Act July 18th through the 27th. Join disco diva Dolores Van Cartier as she's placed in protective custody, disguised as a nun, where she transforms the choir of the Holy Order of the Little Sisters of Our Mother of Perpetual Faith. A heartwarming story of friendship and self-discovery with sounds of disco, soul, and gospel. This musical features the talent of performers ages 14 to 23. For tickets, visit centerstageshelton.org. Center Stage in Shelton. High-quality entertainment close to home.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012, when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatments can exceed $400,000, and families often face losing their homes and life savings just to pay the bill. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to significant compensation to help the cost involved with the treatment. Mesothelioma is caused by exposure to asbestos, and companies knew the risk, but you shouldn't have to bear the costs alone. The law firm of Flint Cooper has helped victims and their families secure financial support they're entitled to. Call Flint Cooper now because time is running out for you to file a claim. Call 800-606-8169 for a free consultation. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma and don't have legal representation, call Flint Cooper now at 800-606-8169. That's 800-606-8169. Call now. 800-606-8169.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. More than 20 states are asking a judge to order administration officials to release billions of dollars in frozen grants for after-school and summer programs. Loyola law professor Lori Levinson.
Some of the school districts that are most likely to be affected by this freezing of the grants are actually in Republican congressional districts.
In the Oval Office with President Trump, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte applauded Trump's announcement that European countries will buy U.S.-produced weapons to send to Ukraine.
Ukraine can get its hands on really massive numbers of military equipment, both for air defense but also missiles.
Trump's threat to levy 30% tariffs on the European Union has Italian wineries worried. Lamberto Frescobaldi heads the Italian Wines Trade Association.
If he sees it at 20 and tomorrow is going to find it at 32, most probably the same wine, he's going to choose something else.
CBS News Brief. I'm Chris.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Jose Morales, the man found guilty of murdering his girlfriend, Christine Holloway, in Ansonia, was sentenced to 65 years in prison today in Milford Superior Court. In addition to murder, Morales was also found guilty of tampering with evidence. This from the trial in April.
How do you find the defendant as to the crime of murder?
Guilty.
Morales and Holloway shared a 15-month-old daughter, Vanessa, who has still not been found. The 65-year prison term was the maximum sentence possible. A new report from the Bridgeport Police Department says that crime is down across the city for the first half of 2025. Compared to the same time period last year, the report says that murder, robbery, and assault are all down by almost 23%, with murder being down by 60%. Police Chief Roderick Porter released a statement saying, quote, "This progress is the result of strategic policing, increased community engagement, and the dedicated efforts of our officers." The 15-year-old cousin of Shelton homicide victim James McGrath has died in an e-bicycle crash in Trumbull. Police say Mason Murrin was riding his e-bike on Main Street Thursday night when he was involved in a crash with a vehicle. McGrath died after being stabbed at a party in 2022, and Raul Valley was acquitted of murder and intentional manslaughter this month. Grief counselors were on hand at Trumbull High School today for any students or parents struggling with Murrin's death. 2 people have injuries after a house fire in Shelton. A firefighter and a resident were hurt during the blaze yesterday at a home on Birchbank Road near the Housatonic River. The resident was treated for burns, and the firefighter was taken to the hospital with a heart-related issue. It took firefighters around 45 minutes to bring the flames under control. The cause of the fire is under investigation. An ICE detainee who escaped from a prison in New Hampshire has been located and arrested in Connecticut. Officials say 33-year-old Jianming Zhang vanished from a jail in Unity, New Hampshire on Saturday during an outdoor recreational period. Zhang apparently stole a truck from a home near the prison and fled the area. He was located yesterday in Norwalk and currently is being held as a fugitive from justice. Bankrupt hospital operator Prospect Medical Holdings is receiving a $30 million cash infusion. A judge has approved the emergency debt funding for the owner of Waterbury, Manchester Memorial, and Rockville General Hospitals. Prospect officials say the loan will help avoid layoffs and service cuts at the Connecticut hospitals. Prospect has been trying to sell the hospitals, but the process has been slow. Governor Ned Lamont signed 2 bills last week that look to strengthen the Connecticut agriculture industry. Public Act 25-152, which is known as the Connecticut Farm Bill, will create a new tax credit for farmers who invest in certain machinery, equipment, and buildings. At the signing ceremony, Lamont praised the work of farmers and the wide range of support for the bill.
Not a lot is bipartisan in our world, and this was really strong because we love each and every one of you and what you're doing and what you mean for the state of Connecticut. We're doing everything we can to preserve more open space, preserve more farmland, make sure that farmland is there not just for your generation, but for generations to come.
The second bill creates a land access program within the State Department of Agriculture. Many students across Connecticut will be heading to college for the first time next month, but students in the foster care system can face some unique challenges. That's why the organization Fostering Family Hope is doing something to help out. Executive Director Aaron Johnston spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about how the organization is supporting students.
They usually don't have the same type of resources that a typical kid might have. So today we're putting together boxes for 40 different students across Connecticut.
The care packages include school supplies like pens and pencils, as well as toiletries, towels, and comforters. And a man who is walking all across the country to promote mental health made a stop in Connecticut this past weekend. Joe Hall is from Ohio, but the 42-year-old has been walking through 48 states to spread awareness of mental health struggles and the resources available to help. Hall spoke with Fox 43 in Pennsylvania about his mission.
We want to let people know that there are people that care. There's a finite amount of resources right now, so we've got to find a way to encourage people to get into psychology, psychiatry, social work. This is a marathon, not a sprint.
Hall is a survivor of 2 previous suicide attempts and hopes that his message will help inspire others. If you'd like to help, you can donate to his cause at hallacrossthecountry.com. And a Connecticut man is thanking his family pet for finding a lost $150,000 lottery ticket. Here's Mark Mayfield.
Russell Ruff said the winning ticket had been missing for weeks. Ruff eventually found it after his 16-year-old cat decided to crawl behind the bed, leading Ruff and his sons to move the furniture. The ticket matched 4 out of the 5 winning numbers plus the Powerball. Ruff added Power Play, making his prize jump from $50,000 to $150,000.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Some very heavy rain across the Parkway coming out of Stamford up through New Canaan, and that heavy rain stretches up Route 7, getting up towards Reading and up towards Newtown. 95 corridor, not too bad. Both on 95 and the Parkway, about 40 minutes. Stamford up to Norwalk, and about another 40 minutes to go. Norwalk up into Bridgeport. Route 8 starting to get heavier, upper part of the valley as the rain starts to move in. 95 and the Parkway, not too bad into New Haven County. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Right, open phones if you want to jockey on in here for a thought or two, or you can text us as well. Yeah. Rented lips at this point of the program, kids. 203. Let me purse my lips here. Text us as well. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Our question of the day, we leave the questions up. They never come down. No. From our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Very simple one I have for you today, and it has to do with what a shock. A Democratic plan to raise taxes. My old pal from covering news in New Haven years ago, Martin Looney, big op-ed in the Connecticut Insider, saying that, you know what, if we just put a 1.75% surtax on capital gains profits from the richest 1% in Connecticut, that'll give us another $280 million a year, and that could ease your property tax burden. Okay. Yeah. So, sorry. If I'm cynical, I'm sorry. What do you want from me? As my mother used to say, what do you want from me? So I ask, should the 16,000 richest Connecticut residents pay more in capital gains tax to help out the rest of the state? What do you think? Or maybe, in an alternate universe, the rest of the state might pick up its own weight. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. That's so not sensitive. All right, guess what? There's more funny business with your electric bills. Maybe. You tell me. Ryan Fazio joins us, Republican State Senate member from Greenwich. Always good to have Ryan by, in particular when it comes to energy issues, and this one has to do with EVs and maybe a hidden tax. Ryan, good afternoon, my friend. How are you?
Good to be back with you, Paul. How are you?
Not too bad, but what is this I see? Big glaring, big headline, Ryan, in the Connecticut News Junkie. Republicans slam EV charging plan as a hidden tax, but advocates say it's a lifeline for overburdened communities. Wow, talk about two extremes there. Ryan, explain what this is to my listeners here, because here we go with EVs again. So what's up here?
So Pura just finalized a program that will provide subsidies financed through everyone's electric bill for commercial electric vehicle charging and other infrastructure related to commercial electric vehicles. Mm-hmm. So the public benefits section of your bill, which everyone's familiar with at this point, it funds over 50 different government programs related to environment, energy, and social programs.
Okay.
Well, you're about to get another one. There will be, in that section of your bill, we will be financing millions of dollars to install private electric vehicle charging infrastructure for commercial vehicle fleets. So think school buses that are electric for those companies and so on. So it's yet another program that we're paying for through our public benefits, which are already so high that we have the third highest electric rates in the country. Now, this is something that I've tried to stop and other Republicans have tried to stop legislatively, and we had some very, very minor success. We were able to significantly cut the residential electric vehicle charging subsidies in legislation this year that we co-authored. We also tried to kill the commercial subsidies as well, but we were not able to get Democratic buy-in on that, and that's why this is about to go into effect, and we'll have a few $1 million more of public benefits charges that we're all paying in our electric bill.
Now, Ryan, you talk about these are commercial businesses or municipal fleets. You mentioned school buses, and I know there are a lot of electric school buses, and there are, you mentioned a delivery fleet. So the money will go to what? If a fleet owner or a municipality says, hey, I could use 5 charging stations here, is that, even though we're a municipality or a for-profit company, ostensibly, say, a delivery company or whatever, that's public money that's going to go here, is what you're saying?
Yes, basically they have to sign on to the electric vehicle charging program that's authorized by Pura. And to give the devil's advocate here, the Pura thinks that their EV charging program is better for the electric grid because it will dial back usage or charging during peak hours, for instance. So, 4 to 8 p.m. people, like right now, are using the most electricity statewide and region-wide. Well, this Pura believes that, and some of my Democratic colleagues believe that having a program where the state or Pura or the program's design calls for reducing usage during peak hours is worthy of a subsidy to incentivize those commercial entities to adopt their EV charging infrastructure compared to anyone else's on the market. So that's what's happening here. But in my mind, it's still millions of dollars of private subsidies paid for by individual customers and residents of the state of Connecticut who are already paying so much that I think it's unreasonable.
Yeah, and finally, Ryan, on this whole thing, didn't you guys at least guys and gals in the GOP caucus that at least initiate, I should say, initiate is not a word, initiate the discussion of maybe eventually putting all these public benefits and ideas and charges, which we all know, and you just said, we can play devil's advocate on some of this. Shouldn't these just be budgetary line items? What am I missing here?
I think that's exactly right. 2.5 years ago, I stood at a podium when I became the ranking member of the Energy Committee, and I offered a proposal to eliminate the public benefits charges in our electric bills. Back then, no one even knew what public benefits charges were until the next year when I passed a law that required that.
See what you started? It's all your fault, Ryan. It's all your fault.
We put sunlight on it, and I believe transparency and sunlight are the best disinfectant. Mm-hmm. So that's why we're actually able to muster the public support to cut these things, and the public's on our side. But, to your point, we think that these are discretionary programs. These do not necessarily keep our electric grid going and deliver electricity to your home or to your business. These are discretionary programs, and discretionary programs are funded through the budget, including things like K-12 education, highways, bridges, roads, public safety, and healthcare. Those are all funded through the normal budgetary process. And there are checks, and there are public hearings, and there is debate, and that's how this should be funded as well. There's no way you could tell me that subsidies for private electric vehicle charging deserves preferential funding to health care for people who need it, or K-12 education. Yet that's what we're doing in the state. It doesn't make sense.
All right, Ryan Fazio. Ryan, thank you for the late afternoon appearance. Appreciate it, my friend. Take care.
Anytime, Paul.
All right, there you go. All right, Ryan Fazio. There you go. Interesting thought. Why should the public benefits charge, or a question I should say, why should the public benefits charge that hits people in every city and town in this state, save for the 9 or 10 who have their own electric grid and charging and buy their own power, Wallingford, Groton, a few others in Norwalk, why should ostensibly private fleet owners and municipalities be subsidized with this whole thing by electric taxpayers all over the state?
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything.
Nothing is everything.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Very heavy rain and storms lower part of the county, along with a couple of accidents. Boy, do we have delays northbound on the Parkway from exit 31 up to 35. Accident in between High Ridge and Long Ridge roads. You open up a little bit into New Canaan, very heavy into Westport. Building on the Fairfield side, 95 jam pretty heavy, Stamford, Greenwich, and then at least an hour now to go Norwalk up into Bridgeport, very heavy into Southport, Westport. Northbound Route 8 jams pretty heavy into the Commodore Hall Bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low of the 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
How much crazier can it get? Don't worry, Paul's here to get you through it. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut.
Hey, how are you? 203-333 and 9422-333. WICC. Man, fine young cannibals. Where was I working when this came? I actually remember. Yeah, this one was in heavy rotation. All right, 203-333-9422-333, WICC. So I guess the other big story today is Josh Elliott, state rep, Hamden, an unabashed, loud and proud progressive, declared officially for the governor's race today. Now, you remember last week it really wasn't official because there are stages. You have to form a committee, and exploratory and double exploratory and super secret exploratory, and then you can raise money, whatever. Anyway, news conference earlier today, and Mr. Josh Elliott in Hamden, state rep since 2016. That was shocking when he won, because Brendan Sharkey at the time was either the House Speaker or the Majority Leader. Anyway, it was shocking that now this is back in 2016, so 5 terms ago, I think, 4 or 5 terms ago for Josh Elliott, and rather than, I guess, run against Elliott, if I remember correctly, Brendan Sharkey decided not to run, retired, or left the General Assembly. So you have Josh Elliott here saying, hey, Governor Ned Lamont's got to retire. Boy, isn't this interesting? This is... look, I've been in radio for 40, carry the 2, right about 42 years. So if you go way back to my first part-time job, even to some of my college radio days. But I've kind of been following the news in and around this area for 42 years. And normally you don't get, on either side, Democrat or Republican, this is just not a Democratic thing, but you don't get an internal challenge. Is that intra or inter-party? I forget. It's all too confusing. Inter-party, intra-party. Anyway, you normally don't get a challenge from within your own party. Unless your numbers are floundering. You've seen some internal polling, showing that if this guy or this gal is still going to run, you guys are going to get hammered in November of whatever year, off-year elections or a presidential year. So, right, normally you don't see a party telling a member of its a high-standing person who already has the gig there to step aside. But man, incumbency is powerful, but I guess not with the Connecticut Democratic Party. You've got that freshman rep from out east, Mr. Gauthier. I think his last name is Gauthier. Don't recall his first name. You've got Saud Anwar. You've got now Josh Elliott. All 3 of these guys. And if there's 3, that means there's 30 or 40. Honestly, telling Ned Lamont to step aside because he's not left enough because he thought signing a bill that would have paid strikers unemployment, he thought signing that bill was a bad idea. He said, no, I'm not going to do it. It's going to cost jobs. And the guy's getting roasted on the spit. and here Ned Lamont showed some flexibility and said, yeah, I know I wanted the House bill. I know I thought this stuff was okay, but man, did I get lit up by the mayors and first selectmen and first select women, so let's do it over. But man, oh man, God forbid the boss make a decision. Can you imagine if the Connecticut Democratic Party was run like a business and the dissenting voices like Josh Elliott, like Martin Looney, like Bob Duff, like Matt Ritter, like Jason Rojas, like a few other people, Julie Kushner, treated their boss the way they're treating the governor? I can remember some radio bosses I worked for. You wouldn't think of doing that. I had a boss once, and I used to get along with him. He was great. Gary. Wonder what he's doing now. But somebody was crying and moaning about the way things were taken care of at the station I was working at, and in the middle of a room full of people, because he was being verbally abused here. So in one of the greatest comebacks I've ever heard or seen in my professional life, Gary goes, and what was her name, Mary or Julie or whatever, he goes, you know, Julie, one of the beautiful things about architecture and about occupancy laws in this country, and I'm going, occupancy laws, what's he talking about? You know what it is, beautifully? And she goes, what's that, Gary? He goes, every building has a front door. I'll never forget that. All right, real quick, Jack and Stanford, you got about 30 seconds. Go.
30 seconds. Boy, these Democrats can't spend their money fast enough, but we should just pull the old Ted Kennedy thing. Senator Ted, why do you want to be president of the United States?
Remember that? Oh,
the
my
most famous incidents of this, of course, it was Ted Kennedy, but these Democrats, they just can't spend enough of our money, et cetera, et cetera.
That's all it is, Jack. Thank you. Appreciate the call. That's all it is. It's tax and spend and taxes and spend. Do you ever hear? Now, folks, listen. You may say, shut up, Acelli, you're just a conservative. Yeah, but I can observe stuff, too. You never see any high-ranking members of the Democratic caucus hold a news conference, and Lord knows, both caucuses do this. You never see them hold a news conference and say, we're starting off a new Democratic Party initiative. We want to make Connecticut more attractive to business owners. We're going to cut regulation. We're going to cut taxes, and we're going to cut fees for business owners. I'm sorry. I know. I'm writing some prime comedy. I'm sorry. What was I thinking? Let's wrap it up on the roads. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Very heavy rain and storms lower part of the county, along with a couple of accidents. Boy, do we have delays northbound on the Parkway from exit 31 up to 35. Accident in between High Ridge and Long Ridge roads. You open up a little bit into New Canaan, very heavy into Westport. Building on the Fairfield side, 95 jam pretty heavy, Stamford, Greenwich, and then at least an hour now to go Norwalk up into Bridgeport, very heavy into Southport, Westport. Northbound Route 8 jams pretty heavy into the Commodore Hall Bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
A flood watch is in effect through midnight. Showers and thunderstorms through this evening and overnight with a low in the low 70s. More showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. It will be warm and humid with a high in the mid-80s. On Wednesday, partly sunny and hot with a high in the upper 80s. There may be a scattered shower or thunderstorm. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
You can't see it, you can't smell it, but radon gas could be putting your family at risk. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions, your local Connecticut certified radon specialist. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free in-home radon test kits to help you detect and protect. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to get your kit. Healthy air, healthy home with Apex Radon Solutions.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. so it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, and what a show it has been. Thank you so much for all you folks participating. By the way, if there's anything you want to hear again, missed, or caught, but you're saying, did he really say that? Check out all our podcasts, either at our homepage, voiceofct.com, or check them out on our Facebook page, facebook.com/voice of CT. Chris Williams, thank you on the production and the news. Tom Michaels on the traffic as well, folks. Thank you. 2 hands on the wheel, please. Chew good, as Mom used to say.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Authorities say the 9 people who died in a fire at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts last night ranged in age from 61 to 86. Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon.
There were multiple victims hanging out the windows, screaming and begging for help.
The firefighters union says the city underinvested in the department for decades, hampering last night's response and costing lives.
About 50 firefighters responded to the scene, including 30 who were off duty. The fire chief says there would have never been enough people to save everyone, but president of the Fall River Firefighters Union, Michael O'Regan, disagrees.
It's been a pressing issue for many decades. Closures of companies, cutting back on staffing. It's a slow, gradual process where the city balances the budget on public safety. We find it completely unacceptable.
The union says if staffing had been at the nationally recommended level, 8 more firefighters would have been at the scene. Matt Piper, CBS News.
2 large wildfires are burning out of control now in northern Arizona, near the north rim of the Grand Canyon. CBS's Ian Lee is in the town of Fredonia.
There's 0% containment. On the White Sage, it is now approaching 50,000 acres. Speaking with officials, they say right now they just can't get in front of it, that they're trying to attack it from the sides and try to contain it.
Can a president unilaterally freeze funds appropriated by Congress? At least 20 states say no, and they've sued the administration for blocking billions of dollars for after-school and summer programs. Loyola Law's Lori Levinson.
The states have said we need the funds. Otherwise, these parents cannot afford to provide programming for their children over the summer. And that the focus of these programs is not on LGBTQ inclusion efforts, but just programs for kids.
Congress approved the money for programs that provide academic support, enrichment, and child care. President Trump is threatening to increase tariffs on Russia's trading partners by 100% unless Moscow agrees to a ceasefire in Ukraine within 50 days.
I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there.
The president today spoke in the Oval Office. From Moscow, the BBC's Steve Rosenberg says his deadline gives Putin time to improve his bargaining position.
50 days is a long time. That gives Vladimir Putin a lot of time to come up with a counter-proposal. He's done that before. It gives him time to seize more Ukrainian territory.
The Trump administration has just announced a 17% tariff on most fresh Mexican tomatoes after trade negotiations ended without an agreement. NASDAQ index ended the day at a record high. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
A favorite moment from Melissa in the morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. It's time for Crime on the Mind with crime prevention expert, retired Fairfield Police Lieutenant Jim Perez. Now on Melissa.